And welcome back to Coast with John Anthony West, of course, the Egyptologist. John, this incredible ability to investigate what I think are some of the greatest mysteries of this planet you've been able to do, and that's fantastic. I mean, what a great field that you have gotten into. Back to the base, the Sphinx again. What if it possesses that chamber, all the secrets of how the pyramids were built, and flying machines, everything? What if it's all in there?
Well, what if it is? The one, it's full of water now. So getting whatever's in there, unless it's made of stone, I don't know when they invented papyrus, but I think it's
all soggy then.
Probably. And then, as I said, actually excavating it is seriously a big enterprise. It's not inconceivable that they do it one of these days, but one of the reasons that I don't actually focus on it or fret over it is that I know that the only way that we can get the very obdurate and refractory establishment to entertain such an idea is by actually establishing, via the Sphinx and the work of a number of my colleagues, Graham Hancock and Laval, to a certain extent, and certain of the others, that and Laird Scranton, I don't know if you had him on. But
yeah, he's been on.
And any of these, all of us together have put together what really is, what should have been recognized two decades ago as definitive proof that an ancient, sophisticated civilization did, in fact, exist. The questions remain about when it disintegrated, how it disintegrated, et cetera, but there's a general agreement anyway, at least amongst ourselves, that all of this went down around the time that Plato talks about Atlantis, but I don't think there was a physical Atlantis.
Were they so-called Egyptians?
No, well, whoever was living in Egypt were Egyptians.
Okay. And my late father was born in Cairo. I may have told you that a long time ago.
Well, your name is Arabic, Nuri.
Yeah.
It means light. So
the light.
Yeah. I didn't know that he was Egyptian, but doesn't surprise me with a name like Nuri. Anyway, so that's it's not of secondary importance, but it's on the back burner, and it has to stay there until we finally break down the portcullis to the ivory tower that they all live in. And I think we're close to that now. The Sphinx evidence, there's a lot more Sphinx evidence that hasn't seen the light of day yet because we haven't had official access to certain of the places that we know are further evidence of the water weathering. And nobody's put together so far the total picture. I mean, it's not just the Sphinx and Egypt, but Gobekli Tepe is the smoking gun. I'm sure you've had.
Oh, sure. Yep, in Turkey.
Tepe. And if you actually understand what's going on, we shouldn't have had to wait over 100 years for all of this to come to light. The fact of I don't know if you've had anything on your show about the Paleolithic caves of Lascaux and Altamira, and most recently.
No, have not.
You haven't?
Not recently.
Well, this is. I mean, these are works, genius works of art. The best of the caves discovered in the 90s is called Chauvet, after the guy who found it, not its actual place, and it is of exponentially higher artistic quality than even Altamira with its Lascaux with its Hall of Bulls, and Altamira with all those magical paintings. These things are hidden away. Nobody knows why they were done. Chauvet, by their reckoning, not by ours, but by the official archaeologists, dates from around 31,000 or older BC. So there are genius painters who could have taught Picasso some lessons, painting the interiors of these caves at a time when people are supposed to not yet come down out of the trees, where they never were in the first place. But that's a different subject for another
Now, the new work, Dead
What?
Saints Chronicles. Tell me about that.
Well, Dead Saints Chronicles doesn't look as though it applies to Egypt, but it does in its own way, because just to backtrack a little bit, the one of the reasons, apart from paying the mortgage, that I take people to Egypt is that the line I always use in my lectures, that Egypt is like sex, the magic three-letter word that gets everyone's attention. Why is it like sex? Because you can read all about it, and that's informative, and you can look at pictures, and that's informative in a different way. But until you've actually experienced it, physically experienced it, you do not and cannot understand it. And Egypt is like that. 2 weeks in Egypt, and you actually understand what a civilization really is, and it's diametrically opposed to what we call civilization, and which I call shiny barbarism. So, but getting that message across, it's gotten across now, to a lot of people. There are plenty of people out there. But it hasn't gotten, or it hasn't been forced upon the academic establishment or the scientific establishment or the corporate media who basically control, to a certain extent, control the airwaves. We're alternative, but thank God for the Internet and all of that sort of thing. But it's not, even the Sphinx with its water weathering is, some people, they don't want to listen to that much science. But the thing about the Dead Saints Chronicles, that's a book, I edited it, deep edited. It's really the work of a good friend of mine named David Solomon, who was a very rare person. He was a Christian who actually practiced what he preached. He was a pastor. And he was collecting, he was a very indefatigable researcher, and he was doing a lot of research on NDEs, near-death experiences, looking to kind of categorize them. I mean, there are threads through this experience, and normally there's no one, there are people who are writing their own personal experiences, which are very moving. Actually, when the show opened, he said, my good friend Daniel Brinkley was going to be on the show next week. He wrote the foreword for Dead Saints Chronicles, and David was collecting all of this material and looking to formulate it into sort of categories and a hierarchy, because there are much more amazing NDEs and less amazing ones, but they all have certain things in common, and he was looking to establish from a scholarly point of view what these similarities were and also what the differences were. In the middle of his research, or he was really put in years of research, he started losing his balance, and he was a Tai Chi master and a practitioner of Tai Chi, and this is the balance is primary in Tai Chi, and he couldn't figure out what it was, and went to the doctors, and they were puzzled at first, and then discovered that this was a glioma, what Ted Kennedy died of, which is a 100% fatal brain cancer.
Yeah, so my sister had that too, John.
Really? But you can function with it, and so anyway,
for a while.
Originally, quite a while. Originally, David, when he told me about this book, and as I said, we were good friends, and he financed our own, Shock and myself, going to Gobekli Tepe some years ago. And anyway, David, I told him, David, this is an important book, because this kind of treatment has never been done before. And he said, well, no, he was just doing it as sort of a intensive hobby, and he wasn't a writer. But now with this terrible prognosis, he suddenly realized that he had a mission, and he drafted me in, because he wasn't a writer. He was a very good, solid, and knowledgeable researcher, but he wasn't a writer. It's not everybody can write. And so he drafted me in, and so it became a kind of a collaboration, well, very much a collaboration, but his material. And one of the reasons I was willing to do it, and that was pretty much the last couple of years of my life, David just got it finished. He was praying that he was given enough time to see the book to completion, and he just did. He died in April of this year. And
so he did have a chance to see it.
Well, yeah, he saw it. He did get to see it, but the point was it was done. We got it done between us.
Yeah.
And what interested me about it, going back to this whole thing of civilization, is that people's minds don't change easily. The mystery of the Sphinx is a lot of geology. Symbolist Egypt is daunting, and it is very definitely not for everybody. It's just philosophically, intellectually, emotionally difficult material. But the NDE is proof, in my view. It is proof that there are these higher levels of consciousness that all of the religions talk about, all of the saints and the rishis and the yoshis, rashis and the masters from time immemorial have talked about these special states. In Christianity, they call it grace. But these are old stories. They're legendary. Nobody, these were people who devoted their whole lives to practices that led them, if they were lucky, to these kinds of states. But the thing about the NDE is that what it actually is a few moments of grace. And it comes to people who have not had any kind of particular preparation. Many of them aren't religious at all. Some of them are even atheists. And something happens, and they die. And because of modern technology, let's say 25, 30 years ago, all of these people would have died. But now, because of the advances in medical technology, X number of them, and it amounts to thousands. I mean, an awful lot of people die every year. So even the 5,000 or so cases that David researched, it isn't even a statistic, but it's 5,000 different cases who all died, came back, and lived to tell about it, and they came back into a life that was transformed effectively. They became very different people than they were when they went in. I mean, they hadn't become saints, and they hadn't become necessarily yogis or anything.
But it did change them.
It changed them enormously, and the conviction with which they write and record their experiences is an incredibly powerful, in my view, an incredibly powerful weapon to be used against our Church of Progress, which contends that we're meaningless glitches in an accidental universe. There is no meaning to life. We could live, we die, and that's it, guys. Live with it, deal with it. And along comes the Dead Saints Chronicles, and here are these thousands of cases, all detailed, or anyway, the significant aspects of them detailed. And this is something that everybody, no exceptions, anybody listening to this program, anybody who can read a book can read this one. They can't read Serpent in the Sky, my own introduction to Schwaller. They certainly can't read Schwaller. They'd get even less far. Anyway, most of them would get less far with Gurdjieff. But Dead Saints Chronicles is available to everyone. So in order to displace, I mean, my whole life has been devoted to blowing apart, to exposing and trying to blow apart the lunatic asylum.
Is there something underneath the Great Pyramid, almost like an inverted pyramid underneath it?
No.
Nothing like that. Okay.
There's bedrock. But there is the one chamber that goes deep down underground, the so-called pit, which is left unfinished deliberately for some reason or another, and it wasn't just that the pharaoh changed his mind, as the academics would have it. But only today I got a message from the woman who works with me as a guide on my Egypt trips, saying that they've discovered some kind of cavities or voids or chambers or something beneath the pyramid, in the bedrock.
Yeah.
And she didn't give any details, but she has it from some news source. And so I wrote her and said, well, what's all that? Because that interests me. They think they've been doing all kinds of stuff with these rock penetrating, I don't know exactly, they're not radar, they're something or another, kind of seismograph type devices. And they've discovered a couple of voids of some sort or another high up in the structure. My guess is that the pyramids are built in stages, which the academics don't acknowledge either. This is absolutely evident, self-evident, and unchallengeable when you get to the Khafra pyramid, dicier with the Great Pyramid. But my guess would be that if there is any kind of chamber of void way up there, it has to do with an earlier level of construction. But something below ground level that they discover, that's interesting, because that could come from an older, older section.
Now, I would assume, just based on looking at our buildings of today, John, that you need an architectural rendering before you start building. Sure. I would assume the same thing had happened with the pyramids, regardless of how they got built or by whom. Don't you think there was some kind of architectural drawing or sketch or something before they started?
Definitely, sure. Even the academics would acknowledge that. They had plans. I mean, there were bits and pieces of architectural plans that exist, not of the pyramids, but of other structures.
Now, I wonder if the original architect of the Giza pyramid lived to see that finished, or if he just handed the plans over to the next architect.
Well, we don't know, but as I said, we think, and that's Schock and myself and a number of others, we think that it too is built in stages, and that the earliest stage, and actually even Mark Lehner and some of the other people think that it was all one plan to start off with. In other words, the three pyramids and the Sphinx are part of an original plan, but they think it all, that comes from Old Kingdom Egypt. We think otherwise, and as I said, you can prove that with the Khafra pyramid, the second pyramid. So we think that somebody came along afterwards. In the great case of the Great Pyramid, probably Khufu. This is very complicated, so we can't really address it here. We need to be in Egypt to address it so you can see it in front of your nose. But that Khufu came along and did a major, not so much reconstruction as huge addition. Built, it's like inheriting the foundation of a magnificent Victorian manor house or earlier manor house, and deciding to put something on top of it that was worthy of the foundation. So you go to a lot of trouble to build another mansion on it, but it's not the original. It has an older part to it.
And at what there was a point where it was smooth, wasn't it?
Probably, yeah, almost certainly. It was all of the pyramids were covered, had casing stones of limestone, and the bent pyramid at Dashur, that's the other two, apart from the three Giza pyramids, the two at Dashur, still has 60% of its casing stones intact, because the way they're keyed into place is an architectural marvel of the world that gets paid no attention to. When I go there with architects and builders and contractors and stonemasons, and they see the bent pyramid, it's one of the most impressive things of all Egypt, because how they put these things into place is fantastic. I mean,
and the accuracy is incredible too.
The accuracy, you can't get a piece of paper between the joints, and they're big stones.
My God, the mystery alone of trying to figure it out is fantastic.
Yeah, but you see, academics hate a mystery the way that nature hates a vacuum.
Yeah, they want an answer.
They got to have they have to have answers, or they lose credibility with themselves and their colleagues. Two things you never hear. Actually, I was a member for quite a while, and it was called the Society for Scientific Exploration. There were a bunch of masters and PhDs and hard-nosed scientists willing to look into everything, into reincarnation and aliens and all sorts of stuff. And the woman who was second in command had a good line. She said, every science laboratory should have two posters on the wall that the scientists never say. One is, I don't know. And the second is, I was wrong. So
is it safe out there now, John?
What's safe now?
That's true.
For years, there was this terrible thing that happened back in 97 when they had this massacre at the Hatshepsut Temple, and then the government really cracked down, and the fundamentalists who pulled off that particular caper declared a moratorium on killing tourists because they realized, that depriving Egypt of its main source of income was not going to endear them to the population at large, and the idea was to get the current semi-secular regime out of there and put something more Islamic into place. So that was counterproductive, and plus the crackdown. So for 7 years, nothing happened at all. But then the last couple of years, they've had a couple of minor incidents, relatively minor. People got killed, so how minor can that be? It wasn't minor for the
especially for them, right?
Yeah, but the people who got killed, it's not minor.
No.
But in terms of numbers, in Cairo itself, just a relatively small events there. But then the last few years in the Sinai, but this does not seem to be orchestrated, massive terrorists, Al-Qaeda. I mean, that's a big can of worms in itself of exactly who Al-Qaeda is. I'm sure you've had programs on of people saying,
absolutely.
hey, this is not necessarily, it's conspiracy theory, but who says conspiracies are wrong? That's a standard thing today. Oh, yes, that's conspiracy theory. But, sometimes conspiracy theories are right. Anyway, these seem to be homegrown, disgruntled groups in the Sinai, the Bedouins, who are really angry because people are, because their lands are being taken from them and they're getting a very bad deal. And this is true. I mean, they're in a tough position, but it doesn't seem to be the kind of long-range, orchestrated, carefully planned stuff that's going on elsewhere. And we don't go to the Sinai. Beyond that, it's hard to say. Even then, even when things happen, who knows why something hasn't happened here since 9/11? It's a bit amazing to me because it's certainly this stuff about security is nonsense. How can anybody secure your local Walmart or high school football stadium or something of that nature? But my own feeling is that until it's civil war, until there's open warfare on the streets, the chances, even if something happens, the chances that you're going to be involved are about the same as being struck by lightning. And people really have these irrational fears. It's a bit like, I use the example all the time, you're driving down the highway. How many times have you gone by a smoking wreck and the ambulances are there and you see that, gee, if I 5 minutes, that's a recent accident, if I'd left 5 minutes earlier, could have been me, but it wasn't you. And so you drive on without thinking twice about it. And travel these days is a bit like that. The chances are, I've been there. I've been in Egypt when things have happened. I was even in Luxor when that terrible Hatshepsut thing went on.
Yeah.
But I wasn't in the temple. And even, I know people who were in the temple. Even if you were in the temple, there was something like 1,000 people there, and 60 or something like that actually did get killed.
Yeah,
even then, your odds are better than 1 in 10 that it's not going to be you. But you don't really want to take those kinds of odds into consideration. But really, the odds that it's you are literally infinitesimal. So I simply don't worry about it. And there's a matter of more than that. It's a kind of a philosophical attitude, you might say, that if you really want to go someplace or do something, and all of a sudden you're afraid, whoever has made you afraid rules your life.
They have won, exactly.
They have won.
John.
So all of this stuff that's going on in this country now, with the powers that be pumping up the fear, you might say the fear level, and saying it's the war against terror. It isn't. I mean, they are fighting the war for terror because they're ensuring that everybody stays terrified, and stupid people stay terrified.
My father, John, was born in Cairo because in the 20s his family stopped off there, and there he was. And so his place of birth was Cairo. And let me tell you, growing up in Detroit, whenever we went into Canada, because my mother was born near Boston. Yeah. And whenever, we drove the shorter way, and that was from Detroit through Canada into Massachusetts.
Right.
And I'm telling you, every time we went over the Ambassador Bridge and he told them where he was born, I mean, they stopped us for 25 minutes. More so then than they do now, as a matter of fact.
Really?
But it has been a special love for me a region that I have not been to, and he hasn't been there since he was a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, he's 83 years old now, and I still would have loved to have gotten him out there again. But
well, how fit is he?
He's okay. He's the body's willing, and he doesn't stay up as late as he used to, and things like that.
Does he get up early? That's the main thing on my trip.
Exactly. But I've got little pictures of him sitting outside one of the main pyramids on a camel, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. It's fascinating, and your work, of course, is something I have followed through the years. So this is a treat for me to talk with you tonight.
Actually, I was wondering, your name Nuri is Islamic, right?
No, I'm Catholic. It is
really?
It's Lebanese.
Oh, Lebanese, yeah. I mean, Nur is light in Arabic.
And it means the light.
Yes. Nur is light in Arabic, right? Oh, I see. So yes, I got you. Okay.
So, anyways, I love that region, and that's one of the reasons I'm so knowledgeable about some of the Middle Eastern things that are going on right now, because I've studied it all my life and basically born into it as well.
Treat yourself to a trip.
I'm going to do this with you one day. I'll pledge you, maybe even do my shows out there for a week.
Well, you could, actually. I think nowadays such things are possible. And your dad is, people in their 80s come on the trips regularly.
Yeah. You think Zahi would make it easy?
I'm not from that myself.
You think Zahi would make things easy for us to broadcast out of there? Mr. Hawass?
He might. I'm not sure. I have this new... We'll get into that maybe somewhere along the line. I can get into it now if you like, but this new détente with Zahi. Well, Zahi was certainly one of the... You know this, don't you? That for years it was really... it was a real hostility going on there. He was saying terrible things about us, and I have a very sharp tongue and pen, and I was saying terrible things about him. And at one point he was threatening to sue me, and then there was this strange détente that got set up. And in one of the events that provoked the détente was when Art Bell, in fact, was with. I was on this trip myself, and who else? Graham Hancock, and Zahi was on it as well, and Art Bell was on it, and that was one of the events where we started talking to each other, and that initially. Then it was provoked. I'm not sure if that was before or after. I was doing my trips with a guy who will go nameless, but he was a real sleazeball, and he was pitching my trips as though they were the mystical snake oil.
Yeah.
And I really went up my back, and at one point I decided to break with him. Then I found out he was also ripping me off.
Typical, right?
Well, it happened. And anyway... He, in order to get even with me, sent a letter to the tourist board because technically I'm not supposed to lead trips personally. I mean, I could be on a trip when you go with the academics.
I see.
They lecture in the evening, but during the day you have a regular licensed Egyptian guide. Well, I also have a regular licensed Egyptian guide, and so even though what I do is technically, if they wanted to come after me, which in fact Zahi wanted to do in those early years, they could. Anyhow, this guy put a thing into the tourist board, and eventually it got to Zahi's desk. Zahi called up my very great friend Mohammed Nazmi, who runs my trips, and the surgeon we call him because he knows how to operate brilliantly. He runs the trips beautifully. And he's a good personal friend of Zahi's. And Zahi called him into the office and said, look, Mohammed, I know John runs his trips with you, and we're not friends, but I'm not in the tourist business, and I'm not going to act on this. So Mohammed called me up and said, this is what Zahi did, and I think when you're here next time, you should thank him. And I said, you bet I should. And the next trip was coming up pretty soon, and so I sort of hesitantly, timorously knocked on Zahi's door and come in, and it was pretty frosty, and I said, well, I really want to thank you for that, Zahi, because you didn't have to do that. You could have made a lot of trouble for me. And He said, well, I said, I'd really like this war to be over. And he said, well, yes, I would too. You started it. And I didn't argue with it. I didn't argue with it.
You don't want to argue about that. That'll be War II.
And anyhow, one thing led to another. And I said, well, why don't we have a drink or invite you to a dinner or something of the sort. And one thing led to another. And we ended up as, on a personal level, actually, more than just civil. They're quite friendly, like two knights on the battlefield that bash each other with maces all day long, and if anyone's left standing, they say they go afterwards and have a beer. And so in public, Zahi is as adamantly opposed to anything New Agey as my stuff is. I don't consider it the least bit New Agey. It's backed by scholarship and science.
Sure.
But he's as dismissive of anything that doesn't agree with the academic party line as ever. But on a personal level, he's quite open. And I personally think, when we get into talking about the geology panel that I'm trying to get over there to settle this question of the water weathering once and for all.
Well, I think you're right, by the way. I mean, there's no question, after looking at your work, John, that the Sphinx especially is way older than a lot of people believe.
Yeah.
It might even be older than 10,000 years.
Oh, I think it is, actually. If we get into that, I can explain why I think that, because it corresponds to the Egyptian texts themselves. I get the sense that it's so unbelievably old that you have to suddenly realize that everything that you've learned about history, in fact, the evolution of the human race is almost certainly wrong but exponentially wrong, not just wrong by a few thousand years. And eventually, I think that we may be able to put an actual date on it. But for the moment, the main thing is to simply prove that it is water weathering and that the water weathering is by rainwater. Actually, we've gotten far enough. It's been a long time. This is already 25 years since I've developed this theory, published in The Serpent in the Sky. Then Schock got on board in the late 80s. The presentation before the Geological Society of America convention, that was 91. The Charlton Heston Mystery of the Sphinx video was 93. That really broke the story. Well, the conference broke the story because that made headlines across the world. But headlines last only so long, and then the video was viewed and continues to be viewed by millions and millions and millions of people. So that really made it public. But
what about technology, John, during that era? I mean, have you ever approached the possibility that the technology of past civilizations was considerably higher than what so many people think today?
Oh, I mean, this is manifest. This is one of the implications of the Sphinx, of the whole Sphinx theory, the water weathering theory, is that not only is the chronology of history requiring a radical revision, it is, but so what? I mean, you can say, well, what difference does it make if the Sphinx is 5,000 years old or 15,000 years old or 40,000 years old? And it's not even a stupid question. It's a little bit narrow-minded, you might say, but it has its own validity. But if you realize that in redating the Sphinx, what you're doing is, when you take into consideration not just the Sphinx itself, which is unquestionably the most spectacular sculpture on Earth, but it's just sculpture in the sense that if you have hammers and chisels, it's a relatively soft stone. You can carve it. But the temples around it and in front of it are built of these room-sized blocks of stone, some of them weighing up to 200 tons, slotted into place like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. How they were put there, nobody really knows. And what this means is that there's a technology in place, and since we are a technologically oriented society, I mean, you might say practically there's hardly anybody who wouldn't say that modern science is the crowning achievement of the last couple of hundred years. This is what we call progress. It's mainly, when we talk about progress, we're talking mostly about science in one facet or aspect or another.
John, we were talking about the age of the Sphinx, of course, with the technology of a very ancient civilization. Do you ever subscribe to the possibility that whatever civilization was there that constructed the Sphinx, that they may have gotten involved in wars and they simply blew themselves up or destroyed themselves? Because it seems like there's been a break in the chronology from the moment they built that to, let's say, the modern-day Egyptians or the Egyptians of even several thousand years ago?
Maybe. Actually, to the best, let's say, the best evidence for that is not from Egypt, but rather from Vedic India, where in the Vedas there is a description, and one of the things about the Indian culture is that it's still there. If you have a question about the Sanskrit, you can go to your friendly neighborhood Brahmin and ask him to translate it for you, and since he'll speak perfect English, you can get a translation. In Egypt, the language had to be constructed from the ground up, so it's still open to all sorts of interpretation, and it's always being improved and so on. And the description of what appears to be a really physical description of what looks like something like an atomic war. And very often when you get that kind of a description in old legends and myths, they're interpreted symbolically and metaphysically rather than literally. But in certain cases, the literal interpretation looks like it may be correct. On the other hand, you would think, gee, if this happened way back whenever, wouldn't there be some sort of evidence? But maybe not. Of course, things go back far enough. Maybe this is the case, and certainly the legends all over the world, everywhere, and legends are to be taken seriously, and particularly when they corroborate each other, and you have the same myth or legend in Polynesia, and the Eskimos have it, and the Siberians have it, and everybody has it. It's hard to imagine everybody independently coming up with the same kind of story, and there are those stories. The Bible has it, the Old Testament of Sodom and Gomorrah, and, of course, the flood. So there are indications that catastrophes took place, and that for certain, the physical catastrophes. On the warfare side, or the technological warfare side, the evidence is more tenuous, but there's a certain amount of it there. I think what you can say with assurance now is that there were very, very high levels of civilization that disappeared under catastrophic circumstances of some sort. And that's right. One of the important things what we were talking about before the break was that the technology involved in the temples alongside and in front of the Sphinx is something that we can't reproduce today. And how they did those things is another matter altogether, and this is the important bit, really, rather than the dating itself, because it means that you might say that the reigning religion today is really, even though it doesn't call itself a religion, is what I call the Church of Progress, that we're the most advanced beings that have ever lived on this planet, even though we're in the process of making it absolutely unfit to live in. The notion that the ancients knew as much or more about actual science as we do is something that is deep heresy to the Church of Progress. And so the establishing a new chronology for the Sphinx, particularly if it's a radical chronology, means that we have to rethink the whole way that we look upon past civilization. And this could be something very beneficial for us, because as soon as we stop thinking we're the only smart people that ever existed, and that not so very long ago we were just coming down out of the trees, which, of course, we never did in the first place, we're then, at least some of us, I hope a lot of us, are obliged to look at our own lives and what we're doing to our beautiful planet in a quite different way, and this could be one of the seeds of real change, because it can't come just externally. You see the global warming and the ravaging of the environment and all of this sort of thing. These are terrible things that are going on, But if it isn't addressed from the ground up in a different kind of way with a different kind of attitude, it's just band-aids over running sores, and it requires more than that. It requires a radical shift of attitude toward our own relationship with the Earth and, in fact, with the universe itself. It requires a different philosophy, and this is one of the things. There are many others, but this is one of the things that could provoke or generate that serious shift of individual and hopefully collective attitude. And that's what comes out of a trip to Egypt, actually. This is the main thing. When people come back from one of these trips, it's rare that people do not say that this was a peak experience of their life, because what they have done is they have experienced a real civilization. What we call progress is almost the antithesis of civilization.
It's got to send chills up your spine when you first saw the Sphinx, John, and the pyramids. It must have been just an unbelievable feeling.
Yeah, it really was, particularly since I had written The Whole of the Serpent in the Sky in the library. This was about Schwaller Deluge's work, so I didn't really have to be there. I just had to understand Schwaller in order to write the book. I had to go there in order to develop the Sphinx theory, which is based upon an observation of Schwaller's. But yes, when I finally scraped together the money to get there, when was that, 77 or 78, and stood in front of the Sphinx at dawn, it was an epiphany. I had done all of this work, 6 or 7 years of work writing the book, and then just standing there, and I had this sense of just an unspeakable antiquity to the whole thing, and a sense of, I rarely get a sense of pride in being a human being, that people ostensibly like me built this unbelievable thing or carved it. And yes, it was a tremendous experience. Same with the pyramids, and something of that I still get that when I go to Egypt. Everybody gets it.
Oh, sure.
And then when it's explained via the symbolist point of view that Schwaller developed, I have a line that if you don't see Egypt through symbolist eyes, you don't see Egypt at all. And when you have the experience, and the trip is orchestrated in such a way that the experience comes first, and then afterward comes the talk, and so that you're able to understand the experience. It is literally life-changing, and people come back. In one sense, they come back dissatisfied. What the hell have I been doing with my life all along?
I bet it gets to be emotional. I bet some people have broken down when they. Can you touch the Sphinx? Can you get that close to it now?
Actually, we do. Now that I have this détente with Zahi, we usually are able to get a private session very early in the morning in around the Sphinx. Normally, it's off limits, but we usually are able to get in there. I can never guarantee that, but we generally do. Yes.
Oh man,
it's not a question so much of touching it, but it's different to be in the enclosure and when nobody's there and early in the morning. And yes, you get this hit off it. Well, this is what great art is for. Art moves you emotionally. It's not an intellectual. You can understand once you've had the experience, you can then think about it and come to understand the experience. But the experience is emotional, and until you've had the experience, I sometimes say going to Egypt is like sex, because until you've experienced it, you don't know anything about it. So you can talk about it, and you can read about it, and you can look at pictures, but it isn't the same as actually doing it. And that's what happens when people go there and come back. They suddenly look at your individual lives, and then they look at the whole timeline and the rubbish that we're fed about us being these advanced beings with our bobblehead dolls and our Disneylands and our weapons of mass destruction, and you start seeing it in a totally different way. And this I mean, this makes a difference in people's lives individually and collectively, and that's why it's important. The actual dating of the Sphinx is a nice intellectual question, but it doesn't actually make anything change.
No. Is it older, in your opinion, than the pyramids of Giza? I believe you think it is.
Well, actually, I think that the present pyramids may be built when they're supposed to have been built, but they demonstrably, in the case of the second pyramid and the Menkaura pyramid and the Red Pyramid in Dashur, they're demonstrably built in several stages. So I think that when the Sphinx was built, and even the quackademics, as I like to call them, agree that the Sphinx, the whole Giza plateau, is a single plan from the get-go. So I think that whenever the Sphinx is built, there is something, whether or not they were pyramids or not, but there were something where the pyramids now are. And in the case of the Khafra, the second pyramid, and the Menkaura, the third pyramid, you can actually see, because of the difference of architectural styles that are employed, that it is built in stages. Whenever you see two radically different styles in the same building, you know that it's built in two separate stages at two different times. This is part of architectural history. Nobody would disagree with that until you get to Egypt, and then suddenly they disagree with it because it doesn't fit into their paradigm.
Well, John, when we want to remodel a house, sometimes we'll take an old house. We won't knock it down, but we'll take a lot of the structure apart, and then we'll start to build a new one on the foundation of the old one.
Exactly. Or you leave part of it, and I mean, if you see a medieval tower in the middle of a 18th century manor house in England, you don't think that whoever had the manor house built was an antiquarian who said to his architect, "Look, I really do like medieval towers. Can you put one into my new Georgian mansion here?" No, it's that he is an antiquarian. The tower is there first, and he says, "Let's keep the tower and build a mansion around it." So this is what we have in Egypt in a few places, actually, and it's one of the key pieces of evidence that we use, and in fact we did use when we had our second presentation at the Geological Society of America's annual meeting back in 2000. Unfortunately, that one was equally successful. The geologists are really almost 100% on our side. There are a few who have a stake in Egyptology who are against us, and this is what we hope to resolve with our geology panel of geologists going over there and duking it out mano a mano on site. This is what I'm trying to have I have a nonprofit foundation. I'm trying to get the funding together to get that going, and I have Zahi's in favor of. I mean, he says if I get the panel together and they're reputable geologists, and there will be 3 from our side and 3 from his side, and everybody writes papers, and we see if we can resolve this water weathering thing. But Wait, I lost my thread.
Well, while you're doing that, while you're contemplating, all of this,
yes.
I'd ask you about the foundation of the pyramids.
Right.
To me, it's very possible then that what they might have done was dismantle an older structure, but kept the base and built the newer pyramids on top of that.
That's exactly what they did. Especially, you can see that with the Khafra pyramid, the one that's linked by a causeway to the Sphinx. You can see these massive cyclopean blocks that are used for the lower courses, and then on top of it, the much smaller and rougher masonry of typically Old Kingdom structures on top of it. When you get to the so-called Red Pyramid at Dashur, the interior of the pyramid is absolutely perfectly preserved, and then suddenly you come upon it's hard to describe in so many words on radio. It's when you're there, it makes perfect sense. But there's what they call a plundered tomb chamber, which isn't a plundered tomb chamber at all. It's this ravaged room in the middle of what is otherwise perfect, but the construction is megalithic. It looks like the barrows. It looks sort of like Newgrange in Ireland and certain of the other megalithic constructions, and the stones that are absolutely protected from the outside atmosphere are already pre-weathered in a different way from the Sphinx, but they're These are stones that have been roughly cut at some point in the distant past and have been out in the weather for a long, long period of time, and then somebody, for reasons of their own, came along and built the rest of the pyramid over it. This is the kind of thing that we'll be looking at with our geology panel once we get over there.
Exciting.
If we get over there.
You know, Zahi gets hot under the collar, John, if you say anything of other human beings may have built these structures except the Egyptians. If you don't admit that they were all Egyptians, he does get a little upset, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I never ever even said that.
No, not you. That's true.
Even in the serpent, I mean, I used what we now call the A word, Atlantis, but even there I used it carefully between quotation marks, because I wasn't talking about a geographical location. I was simply using Atlantis as a handy word for an ancient advanced civilization that disappeared. So whoever was in Egypt at the time, that's who built the Sphinx. I never said they weren't Egyptians. They were just there much earlier. And when we get accused of trying to steal Egypt's history, it's exactly the opposite. We're glorifying it by saying that here were these people, whoever they were in Egypt, at this much more advanced level than they're given credit for, building these unbelievable things. So
they just happen to be there much longer than we thought they were.
Well, something of that nature, yes. This is the case. But as I said, the real lesson is that this takes us quickly into the philosophy and the metaphysics that, to me, a civilization is not dependent upon bobblehead dolls or even upon supersonic dentist drills, though even I, Luddite that I am, would rather go to a 21st century dentist than a 21st dynasty dentist.
Oh, yes, I would too.
Very definitely. But apart from that, in terms of who we are as human beings, that we are on this earth for a reason, actually. And that reason is known. It's enshrined in all of the religions, though you'd never know it nowadays, given the way that most of the people who say they are religious behave. But it really is there. And when you go to Egypt, and when you study it, you get a sense of that they once knew what they were here for. And after all, Egyptian civilization is, in many ways, it's a big mystery because it starts, we're just talking about dynastic Egypt, it starts near its height back in the Old Kingdom, about 2700 BC or so, and then it gradually degenerates until it dissipates and disappears around the time of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra and so on. But it is, after all, it's a civilization that stays intact and recognizable for 3,000 years. I mean, that's half again the period of time from Caesar to us. This is unimaginable to us.
It really is.
When you look at what ours is like, even 100 years ago, it would have been completely unrecognizable to our great-grandfathers, for example. If they saw what was going on now, they'd be absolutely baffled. They wouldn't know what the hell was going on.
Hey, John, is it conceivable that the Sphinx could be 100,000 years old, 200,000 years old, maybe even older?
Yeah, it's conceivable. It could be very, very, very old indeed. And one of the things that I would hope to look into initially, if we get our geo panel over there, obviously, as I said earlier, really we're going to concentrate on the water weathering. The actual dating of it is a much more complex technological matter requiring samples, and I've learned that that's the S word. You don't bring up the word samples. Eventually, if we establish the water weathering so that the opposition just has to swallow it, at that point we can start talking about the possibilities of actually putting a date on it, which is not so easy because you can't carbon date stone. There are techniques of isotopic analysis where you test for the decay of radioactive isotopes within the rock, and you need to triangulate. You need two rocks where you know what the dating is, and then rock X, et cetera, et cetera. This is complicated. But eventually, it might be possible to put a date on it, and there's a lot of evidence out there, again, absolutely ignored and dismissed by the paradigm police of the reigning establishment, that says that history goes back way, way, way further into the past, the work of Michael Cremo,
Sure.
Forbidden Archaeology. Even if he's wrong sometimes, there's 900 pages of evidence there. I mean, I wish that he had simply taken, that it wasn't this 900-page book, but that he had taken 20 or 30 of the bits of evidence that were the most easily substantiated,
right,
and concentrated upon those, because I feel that he's really onto something, and that human beings have been around much, much, much longer than anybody thinks, and at a much higher level, and that this gets us into the whole question of history as cyclical, the Hindu theory of the yugas, and this gets very interesting. I believe you've had Walter Cruttenden on,
sure,
with the whole idea that the yuga cycle, or at least a cycle within the cycle, and maybe a much longer cycle, corresponds to the precession of the equinoxes, the 25,000 plus year cycle. And actually, I don't know if you know this, or when Walter was on, I'm going to be one of the speakers with a whole bunch of other very interesting people in October, called CPAC, CPAK, the Conference on Precession and Ancient Knowledge. It's going to be held out in California, and people may be interested in looking that up. There's a website, CPAC, capital C, capital P, capital A, capital K, cpaconline.com, I think, or it might be .org. I think so.
Okay.
But that's going to be a very interesting conference looking into this whole question of age and cycles and so on, because those cycles are, and this is something that's really new to my own thinking. I knew about the cycles forever, as long as I've been interested in these subjects. But when I read when I came across this notion that the let's say the most graspable cycle was not the millions of years that are accorded it in the usual way that you read about it in Hindu, in the Hindu scriptures, but really was a mistake, or at least, without going into the big song and dance, that it fits within a precessional cycle of 26,000 years, 25,920 canonical number. Then my ears perked up, because that was graspable, and once that's understood, once you take the question of cycles and you understand it, and it's not that difficult to understand analogically that it's similar. Let's say it's called the Great Year. By Plato calls it the Great Year, and it's relative. You can compare it to a normal year that we experience. So there's a winter, there's a spring, there's a summer, there's an autumn, and then it starts all over again. And if, use an analogy, for example, the cycle, let's say the shortest cycle that we're familiar with is day and night.
Right.
If you imagine a creature, a fully sentient creature that lives 1 minute, if that creature is born at midnight and it's raining, it can have no idea, unless word has been handed down through myth and legend, what a life that lasted a minute would be like at noon and when the sun is out. To extend that analogy to a year, let's say a creature that lives a day, and the day is in February and it's still raining because it lives in Wales, well, that creature can have no idea of what, again, unless the word is filtered down through myth and legend, of what one day of life might be in June in California. It just can't have any idea. And I think that's where we stand in terms of the cycles of history. I'm not sure where we are within the cycle, somewhere around February or March. I think maybe we're at a turning point.
Long way to go. Hey, what was on the face of the Sphinx, John? I mean, was it recarved?
Well, it's definitely been recarved, because the head is too small. But what it was recarved from, we absolutely don't know, and probably can't know unless somebody comes up with some kind of fantastic Curlian photography that allows you to see what the face once was. Might have been a human being, but it might have been a lion. I think that the Sphinx is a Leo marker. It's meant, whenever it is built, it is meant to signal the ingress into an age of Leo. The last one was about 10,500 BC. This is the date favored by Bauval and Hancock.
Mm-hmm.
The Egyptians themselves, in their own chronological tablets and papyruses, there's one called the Palermo Stone and another called the Turin Papyrus. Schraller de Lubitsch did a major study of this. They talk about their own civilization beginning somewhere back around 36,000 BC. Well, that would be the age of Leo before that, and that's the date that I currently think most plausible for the Sphinx. And that's backed up, as I said, by the Egyptian texts themselves, but it could be the cycle before that. But,
well, why did they recarve the face? What do you think happened?
Nobody knows, because we don't know when it was recarved or by whom, at what point. But probably because, this is one of the reasons, because it had been, the face doesn't get covered over with sand. The body is terrifically weathered, but once it's covered with sand, it's protected. But the face, which is a harder outcrop of stone, is not protected, so I suspect it was completely ravaged, and whoever it was at whatever period of time decided to recarve it into that particular face, which is actually, as our forensic detective Frank Domingo pointed out, and travelers used to see this all the time when they went to Egypt in the 19th century and said, well, hey, the face of the Sphinx really looks African, not North African, but sub-Saharan African, and it does. You look at it in profile, and Domingo, who's the expert, an expert on faces, said, well, yes, it is consistent with that kind of physiognomy. So we don't know, and we probably never will know.
What happened to the nose?
That's easy, actually. It's different rumors that it was shot off by Napoleon's soldiers, and others that it was done by the Mamelukes, who were the Janissaries of the Ottoman Empire, who ruled before that. But in fact, pointed out to me by the loyal opposition, Mark Lehner, that there are Arabic accounts up to about 1200 or so A.D. that talk about the perfection of the head of the Sphinx jutting above the sand. And then around 1400, the accounts start talking about how the Sphinx has been disfigured. So it would appear to be, to be the work of an early crop of stupid fundamentalists who are trying to destroy the life of the statue. You notice, actually, this is a commonplace with ancient statuary. Often the noses have been hacked off. The usual story is, the statue fell down and broke its nose. What, all those statues fell down and broke their noses? No, it's not. It was understood in ancient times that any statue, captured the living essence of whoever it was meant to represent. So if you wanted to, if you're a tomb robber or something like that, or whoever that was an enemy, whoever it represents, well, in order to kill the life of the statue, you break off its nose so that it can no longer, let's say, metaphorically or spiritually breathe. So almost certainly that's why the Sphinx was disfigured, and the date is somewhere around the 13th or 14th century, something like that.
John Edgar Cayce.
Napoleon.
Okay, Edgar Cayce, the late American prophet, somewhat backs up your talk about Atlantis, and he talked about a hall of records being at the base of the Sphinx. This fascinates me. I know people have tried to look for it. I'm not sure the Egyptian government has been very forthright in allowing everybody to look for it, but what's your take on Cayce's trance-like prediction that there's a hall of records there? And if so, what do you think might be in there?
Everybody asks that. Well, our Cayce got his information in trance, but our seismograph doesn't go into a trance, and it certainly found a cavity or cavern or of some sort under the left paw of the Sphinx. Now, we firmly believe, myself and Robert Schock, my colleague, and Thomas Dobecki, who was our geophysicist who was doing the actual work with the seismograph, that there is something there, or some sort of a cavern or chamber or something, and we're very certain of that because under the rump of the Sphinx there's a roughly cut chamber, and you know that it's there. There's a block, and you pull it away, and if you have a rope ladder, you can get down into this rough cut chamber. Nobody knows who did it or when it was done, and it goes into a bit of a passageway which seems to come to a dead end back into the plateau. So, but it shows up on the seismograph loud and clear.
Dimensions? What would they be?
Well, of this one, let's say, 20 by 20 feet, something like that, maybe 6 feet high. But it's right there. But the one under the Sphinx, under the paw, is bigger. It's roughly rectangular. It's about 12 by 15 meters. That's about 36 by 45 feet.
Fine.
And it's under about 5 meters of bedrock. And what we didn't find was any way that you could get into it, because there should be, if it is a man-made chamber, there should be a passageway leading to it.
How did it get below bedrock, for crying out loud?
Well, that's what we don't know. I mean, in other words, if what we're finding is not just a natural fault in the rock, this is what the establishment insists that it is, that it's just a fault of within the rock. Limestone sometimes has caves in it, but not really this kind of limestone. Anyway, from a practical point of view, there's no point even concerning my head with it, because the first thing is to get our geology panel over there. Afterwards, then maybe. Now, when you ask what's in it, of course, I don't know. How can I know? The Hall of Records thing, the problem is that even if you got down into it, it's now beneath the water level, the water table level. So almost certainly it's full of water. So even if you could drill down in there, people say, well, why can't they just drill a hole with one of those fiber optic cameras? Even if you did that, the chances are you wouldn't see anything, because you'd be putting the camera probably into water, so that if there's anything in there that's dissolvable,
it's gone, like papyrus or something.
Yes, it's papyrus, but papyrus isn't that old. But if there's anything stone in there, well, maybe. But it's a question that really, there's no point addressing it until we've taken this whole theory a lot further. And if people think he's hiding something, I don't think for 2 seconds that he's hiding anything. I think the truth is that I think that Zahi, though he appears to be really doctrinaire, is at heart less doctrinaire than some of his colleagues, and that if we come back if we can really demonstrate definitively that there's no argument that this is water weathering is not salt crystallization, as they're now saying,
right,
which is absurd, but really is precipitation-induced, that it's by rainwater over long periods of time, Zahi will suddenly say, gee, that's interesting, and the work will be allowed to continue. Until that point, it won't be, and there's really not too much point in wondering about what the Hall of Records might be. When you get back to Cayce, his medical predictions really seem to be spot on. There's a lot of documentation for that. But when he gets very accurate. When he gets into his other things, his vision of Egypt with his temple beautiful and temple, I forget what the other thing is, just doesn't correspond to what I know of Egypt through Schwaller's symbolist interpretation. And many of his other predictions just haven't come true. California is supposed to be underwater by now. Well, maybe it will be, but it isn't yet. So I don't know. The Cayce people, I'm often a lecturer down there, and some of them are really interested in just uncovering the scientific truth, whatever, let the chips fall where they may. But too many, unfortunately, they're no worse than the establishment scientists who want to preserve the paradigm, and all they're really interested is seeing Cayce vindicated. So,
well, what's incredible though, John, is the fact that the man would even say that there's something at the base of the foot of the Sphinx, and here you are saying it's possible.
This is true. This is the one thing. And he does say that the Sphinx is much older. The Sphinx and the pyramids are much older, and this I'm absolutely agreed upon. But a lot of the other things that and I forget them, they're not in my head at the moment, but a lot of the other things just don't seem to check out. And even I had dinner or lunch with Cayce's, one of the surviving Cayce's son. What was not Hugh?
His name. There's another one named Edgar.
Edgar or Edward, not the grandson who I think is in charge now, but he admitted, and he was a lovely and a smart guy. He was an electrical engineer and highly educated, and he agreed that that most of the predictions simply didn't have the backup. So I tend to leave. It's not my focus, as it were, and I'm interested in it, but I'm not interested in pursuing it at the moment. I think what's going on there in Bimini, they seem to be coming up with all kinds of interesting new data.
Absolutely. And you're a believer in the Atlantis theory, aren't you?
Well, yes and no. I still not that Atlantis was necessarily a particular site. In other words, when I use it within inverted quotes, I think that I'm absolutely convinced that there was an advanced civilization and probably advanced civilizations. They may have been global, I don't know, but whether Atlantis was here, Atlantis was there in the Mediterranean or in the Atlantic or whatever, that I'm by no means convinced of. And there's a book that nobody mentions, and even I don't. And I think it was published about the time I was doing my research for The Serpent, and it's a fairly technical book. And then even when I put updates on The Serpent, I didn't put it in there, but it was not because I was deliberately not mentioning it, because it didn't corroborate my own work. But it just didn't occur to me. And it's a book called The Pythagorean Plato by a musicologist and a Sufi named Edward G. McLean. Edward, I'm not sure if I was his first name correct. And anyway, McClain. And in this, he decodes the entire Atlantis myth, and in fact, all of the other Plato dialogues that are concerned with politics, as musical allegories, and that they were intended by Plato as teaching tales to people who were to students who were versed in. Hold on, I have a frog here in my throat.
Yeah, take care of that frog there, John. Got it?
Started out as a tadpole, but it's now grown up to a full-fledged frog.
As long as it's not a bullfrog.
Anyway, McLean points out, and he's correct in this, that if you look at the Atlantis myth, it's very specific in terms of how far everything is from everything else and the actual physical construction. Now, if you look back and you realize that this story supposedly came to Plato from his grandfather Solon, who got it from an Egyptian priest, and it's all verbal. It's a very strange thing to know all of this kind of weird detail, that everything was 60 meters long and 40 wide, and there were 10 concentric rings and all this sort of stuff. And Plato uses this, and McLean is right.
John, what do you think about the possibilities? Okay, let's say the Sphinx was around 25,000, 35,000 years ago, and then all of a sudden we have this biblical deluge, the flood. Is it possible that flood caused the erosion that you see on the Sphinx?
Well, yes and no. The erosion on the Sphinx is precipitation induced. In other words, it is rainwater rather than floods. But how did the floods get there? Lots of rainwater.
Lots of rain, exactly.
So, and when that was, we're not 100% sure. There's certainly, we know that there's some cataclysmic event that produced the melting of the last ice age. Following that, over the space of a few thousand years, the sea levels rose 300 feet, and arguments over how precipitous that was. And something, in other words, it was going slowly, and then at a certain point, it's thought that a huge ice dam broke that kept the melting glaciers of Canada and North America locked up, and then suddenly that broke and scoured out the entire Mississippi Valley, and plunged into the Gulf, and the water levels rose tremendously over the space of however long it takes the water to go around the seven seas, and that could correspond to what eventually became Plato's myth of Atlantis. Actually, just briefly, I'd like to return to McLean's work, because it's quite clear that this musical interpretation of the Plato-Atlantis story in Timaeus and Critias is correct. Now, but McLean, I think he's still alive. He's older than I am. He must be in his late 80s if he's still around. So I've been told by people who know us both that he's absolutely opposed to the whole notion, to our Sphinx theory and all the rest of it. And I think, so I mean, until somebody disproves the water weathering, the Sphinx theory stands. And I think McLean is both right and wrong. In other words, I think that he's getting this story Plato is getting this story from Solon as told. And if you look at Plato's myth, Plato's story, there's only a little bit, a page or so, where he's talking about the sinking of Atlantis, and then he goes into this long-winded description of how big the canals were and all of these numbers, but the numbers crunch out. And what he's doing is he's using the very real historical sinking, or anyway destruction of in quotes, Atlantean civilization, and then turning it to his own uses as a teaching tale that is designed to teach his students who are musically adept and understand music of the via the story of disharmony. Atlantis in Plato's conception is a study in what happens under a tyranny. A tyranny becomes unharmonious and ends up in destruction. And so it is a teaching tale, but the basis of it, as far as I'm concerned, with our water weathering theory, is factual. And then, where was Atlantis? Was there a deluge? Well, yes, the sea levels rose 300 feet. Nobody argues about that, and that it's attended by all kinds of destructive things. It's the quaternary extinctions, all the woolly mammoths and the rhinoceroses and saber-toothed tigers all disappear in a hurry. Siberia, which was temperate, becomes tundra. The North America, which was tundra and locked in ice, becomes what we have today, more or less. Egypt, which was fertile and savanna, is suddenly 6,000 miles across the Sahara Desert. So major things are going on, stretching back to certainly I think it's about 12,000 BC was the melting of the ice, and which extended over a few thousand years. So I think some combination of those factors gives rise to the biblical flood, which is, of course, mirrored, again, in legends all over the world. And
sure,
for me, whenever I see a myth or a legend that is universal, I take that as evidence that it is based in some way or another upon fact. And actually, in the last 10 years or so, one of the most exciting things about this research, as far as I'm concerned, is that a number of very astute and erudite researchers have been adding to this whole concept of ancient sophisticated civilization from different angles. And most of these books are sort of under the radar screen because they're quite readable, but some of them are pretty technical, but they just haven't made, some of them are even self-published, and they haven't made a major impact. But just to name a few, there's no time to go into all of these. There's a book by a man called Laird Scranton, which was initially self-published but is about to be published by Inner Traditions, called Dogon Cosmology, in which he demonstrates that the Dogon, this little tribe in West Africa.
Oh, and I love this
about
story.
the Dogon. Yeah. Well, Laird you should have on the show, actually. All of these people you should have on the show because they're really interesting. And Laird's book is called Dogon Cosmology, and in it he shows that the close parallels between Egyptian and Dogon cosmology, but maybe more important, he shows that these are absolutely consistent with contemporary astrophysics, that they are telling the same story, except not in mathematical formula, but in terms of a story that you can tell to children, as it were. But in it are all of the latest wrinkles in torsion theory and string theory and astrophysics and so on. All of this is enshrined in both the Dogon and the Egyptian cosmology. And since writing that book, even though it hasn't had wide circulation, it's been a subject of, needless to say, heated controversy. And one of the things that has come out of it is that people have written in to show that this same cosmology is consistent with the Mayans. It's absolutely written into the symbolism of the Buddhist, the Tibetan Buddhist stupas, the building, the sort of sacred building that they build. And this is the work of an academic with an unfortunate name of Adrian Snodgrass, written in you can imagine the trouble that kid had in school.
Sure, poor kid.
And back in the 60s, he's an architect and a Buddhist scholar. And back in the 60s, he wrote a book called, I think, The Symbolism of the Buddhist Stupa, something standard like that. And in it, even back then, but long before string theory and torsion theory and all of these things, he noted that the story that was being told, the cosmogenesis, the foundation of the universe being told on these Buddhist stupas, which are at least some of them are more than 1,000 years old, was consistent with the findings of contemporary astrophysics. And Snodgrass mentions, he says that it mimics astrophysics, but you can't mimic something unless there's a model for it. There's no such thing as precognitive mimicry. So this is an important study, actually, because it's written in the 60s. So Laird's book demonstrates that a knowledge of astrophysics is what's behind what we consider primitive legends of the Indians and Africans and all sorts of things like that. Somebody way back when understood their physics as well as we do.
Which is incredible. It
is incredible. And that's mirrored, or another aspect of that is studied by a physicist called Thomas G. Brophy, in a book called The Origin Map, in which he looks at the megalithic stone circle in Egypt at Nabta Playa and finds very advanced astronomy in it. It's in several stages. It's called, what is it, astrophysical map, something of the universe. It's got a complicated subtitle, but it's called The Origin Map, and that's self-published, but you can get it on Amazon. And the Brophy is right. It's in stages. If he's completely right, it means that whenever this was built, and it's thought that it was built about 5000 BC, which makes it the oldest datable stone circle, but if he's correct, it means that astronomical knowledge, as sophisticated as what we have today in terms of the velocities of the stars and the speed with which they're moving away from the Earth and the size and so on, was all known to the builders of that stone circle. There's another book by Richard Heath, who's a friend of John Michel's in England, on one called The Matrix of Creation, and a new one about to come out called Sacred Number, the origins of civilization, which decodes, which shows that, particularly this newest book, that, again, from a totally different angle, that this kind of advanced knowledge was known to the builders of megaliths, which are all over the world. It's not just England and Scotland and Wales. There are megaliths all over America. Now it's known that they're in Egypt, that they're in Tunisia and Morocco, all over the place. Be interesting to see what happens with this so-called Bosnian pyramid that the archaeologists are busy trying to trash. Shaka's going to go there in July, and we'll take a look at it personally, supposedly.
Some people are trying to say they're natural. It kind of reminds me, John, of those pyramids that we see in the Cydonia region of Mars. And you've seen those pictures?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Incredible, aren't they?
What?
It's incredible.
Well, it is incredible, but unfortunately at the moment we can't get somebody up there to take a look at them. I heard Richard Hoagland the other day, and actually a thanks to Richard for talking about my stuff. I think that was one of the things that generated my appearance. Right now, I'm not sure. Anyway, I don't.
Well, we wanted you anyway, but You're right. Richard did that, and Richard's known you for years.
Oh, yeah, well, before Richard was, in a sense, instrumental in getting our original video on NBC because he introduced us to Robert Watts, who's a major Hollywood producer who got us past the secretaries at NBC and got us on there. But unfortunately, I do follow the whole Mars controversy. Until you get absolutely clear pictures that are definitive, you really don't know. And even when you get clear pictures, I know from our own Shock and myself diving the so-called pyramids of Yonaguni underwater and off Japan, Shock and myself are absolutely convinced that these are natural, perfectly natural, no matter how remarkable they look. We can explain the forces that are responsible for forming them. Lots of people refuse to accept that and keep on saying that they're man-made. And I wish they were man-made because it would be the smoking gun that establishes the theory of an ancient civilization once and for all, because they're deep enough underwater so that if they were man-made, they would have had to have been built prior to the rising of the levels of the seas. In other words, before 10,000 BC. But Shock and I are convinced. But from the pictures, we would never have believed that. It was only when we were in our scuba gear diving and studying it over the course of a week, and Chuck's dived it 3 or 4 times, I think. So until you're really there, there's always open that, it's always, you don't know. So, yeah, it's interesting, but until something more definitive comes up, I'm open to it, certainly, and I hope they are real.
I would love to get your theory, John, on how you think the pyramids were built.
I don't know either.
If you think 100,000 Egyptians pulled one rock,
well, listen,
fine.
I'll tell you, I like to go at things systematically. So to me, I've studied this, and I've read all of the tons of things and the engineers who say that you can't do it simply and so on. There are 4 possibilities which are not, as far as I'm concerned, which are not mutually exclusive. One is that the academics are right and that it is a very simple technology, just done with great expertise. And the engineers say, no, you can't possibly do that. But as an analogy, if you put a violin in my hand, I will prove to you that you can't get music out of this device. But you give it to a violinist who spent 30 years studying it, and he gets music out of it. So the fact is that we can't do it this way. The ramp theory and all of these theories simply do not hold up. And if they hold up, if you can move a 2-ton block, well, this doesn't mean you can move a 70-ton block up to the king's chamber. It just doesn't work out, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't. Second is a hard technology, some sort of machinery that simply we've never discovered. There's no evidence for it. Well, there is no evidence. This is clear, but it could be that something that we don't think is a machine or a device is a device.
True.
For example, if you find a computer 10,000 years from now, and they don't have electricity, they're using some other power source, there are no moving parts, they say, oh, well, it's a religious device. Well, it is sort of, but the fact is they would have no idea that you could store the whole Library of Congress and a couple of chips in that computer. So maybe there's a technology. They really had a technology, and we don't know what it is, something that we think is a religious symbol, an ankh or a jed column or something like that. And it really is something that you can use for construction. The third, which is, I must say, my favorite, is that they have some method, it's a soft technology, maybe music or sound or something of that sort, or that it is done by people in a heightened state of consciousness. Martial arts masters can do things that look physically impossible.
Yes.
And yogis can too. And so maybe some combination of a relatively simple technology handled by people who are in a higher state, who are trained to achieve a higher state of consciousness, can do these things. That said, back to the primitive one, actually, because I'm becoming convinced that at least later on, when they're moving obelisks and stuff like that around, and you see pictures of them transporting a giant statue with gangs of men and the statues on sledges, and they're pouring water or something like that. I mean, it's going along on flat ground. But what you see is what you get. And when you see evidence, even if you don't like it, that contradicts your pet theory, you have to accept it. So I'm inclined to think that certain things that we don't think they could have accomplished by simple means, they did accomplish by simple means, or some combination thereof. Jury's still out as far as I'm concerned. And the fourth possibility is aliens, and I don't dismiss that because I think I'm convinced the UFO phenomenon is real, but it's my least favorite theory. I prefer to think that it's human beings just like ourselves, but with different priorities and a different system of values and a different
that would explain though that theory, John, would explain why we don't have equipment lying around. They came down, did it, and left.
Who would? The alien theory?
Yeah.
Well, maybe, but that's no evidence either. You can't say just because we haven't found the evidence. As I said, why not people in a higher state of consciousness? And you do have pictures of them. You don't have pictures of anyone building pyramids, but you do have pictures of the pharaoh erecting an obelisk all by himself with ropes, and you do have pictures of them transporting gigantic statues on sledges with gangs of men pulling it. So that's evidence. And yes, it doesn't apply to the pyramids. And how you get those 70-ton blocks up into the king's chamber, I don't know. And how you get the 200-ton blocks slotted into place on the Sphinx and Valley temples. I don't know that either. But the alien hypothesis, as I said, I don't dismiss it. But you can't say, oh, well, it isn't this and it isn't that and it isn't this, because it might be some of those things, and therefore it has to be aliens. That's not evidence either. That's a hypothesis. And as I said, I repeat, I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying that I prefer the other ones for which at least there are people doing it.
Well, remember Edward Leeds Scaldin from Coral Castle down in Florida. Who knows how he moved those corals?
That's right. That's right. And it was just Eddie. He was, he wasn't an alien. He was pretty weird.
No, he wasn't. Magnets, that's it. He knew something about magnetism, I think, John.
That's well. He thought that he exulted that he had rediscovered the secrets of the ancient Egyptians, but he didn't know that either. He just discovered his own way of, who knows if the Egyptians had that way or another way. But all you can say is that they did it. We don't know why they did it. We certainly don't know how they did it. The perfection of the blocks. Actually, on my last trip, Christopher Dunn was along. Do you know?
Oh yeah, the power plant theory.
The power plant, and I think Chris has changed his mind a bit about the power plant, at least in terms of it being an electric power plant. I think it's an energy device of some sort. And he was there with his fine measuring instruments, looking at the tolerances of stone, and they were the tolerances that you normally apply to a Ferrari, not to stonework. So it's just mind-boggling, and we don't know how it was done. Chris is a believer that they have an advanced technology, but for which there is no evidence. It's a big mystery.
Edgar Cayce was born in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, back in March of 1977. He died in Virginia Beach, Virginia, in 1945. He was 67 years old. And during that life, he became sort of a celebrity, especially toward the end of his life. And he's believed, of course, to be an expert in just trance state meditation, psychic work, predicting the future, reincarnation, understanding the Akashic records. Edgar Cayce. But who really was he? In a moment, Mitch Horowitz joins us on Coast to Coast AM. Mitch Horowitz was raised in a world of Bigfoot stories, UFO sightings, Carlos Castaneda books, and he grew up determined to find the truth. Mitch has written on everything from the war on witches to the secret life of Ronald Reagan. He's a vice president and editor at Tarcher Penguin. That's a division of Penguin Books. He is dedicated to metaphysical literature as well. He is the host of Origins, which is a web series on superstitions. And here he is back on Coast to Coast. Mitch, always a pleasure.
Thank you, George. Glad to be here.
What's new with you?
Oh, I am working away, been researching superstitions, trying to figure out why we have so many Fridays the 13th this year. We have another one coming up this Friday, a topic I'm very interested in, and keeping busy with Edgar Cayce and every question of the unknown.
We're going to get into Cayce, but the last Friday the 13th, of course, in Feb. Why are people so scared of those dates?
It taps something really deep in human nature. Superstition around the number 13 actually goes back to ancient India. It was considered unlucky to have 13 people at a banquet or 13 people in your home. And that number pops up as an unlucky number in Nordic mythology, in Christian history, during the Renaissance. And when you start to find something like that occurring across all different cultures and through different time periods, you begin to ask, what did these people know? I'm always looking for confluences. And when people are separated by great distances of time, and they're all fearful of the number 13, it raises some questions.
It sure does. Is it an unlucky number for most people?
For some people, actually, the number 13 is considered to be a lucky number. There are a lot of people with occult and esoteric beliefs who feel that the number 13 has brought good things to them. But for Orthodox Hindus and for some Christians who feel that the number 13 coincides with the Last Supper, Judas was thought to be the 13th man at the Last Supper. It's a scary number.
Yeah, it sure does. Edgar Cayce, of course, the late great American prophet, Mitch. He was one of a kind, wasn't he?
Oh, he sure was. I mean, Cayce is a name that by all rights we shouldn't know at all today. I mean, he was born in rural Kentucky, a farming community that didn't see its first paved road until the 1930s. But Cayce amassed a record of more than 14,000 clairvoyant readings, ranging from medical readings to earth change prophecies, to readings on spirituality and personal development. And he had so many correct hits. He made such a difference in the lives of so many thousands of people that he became the most famous psychic of the 20th century.
People say that he was very good in his trance-like readings on health, but that he missed the mark on the future when he made future predictions. What do you think?
I think that is a fair criticism. There were a number of predictions that Cayce made about Earth change prophecies, for example, that were supposed to take place in the 1990s. And based on what we understand, many of these things did not occur or did not occur in the way that Cayce predicted. But there were other historical prophecies that are still unfolding that I think are quite remarkable. For example, Cayce believed that we had the timeline of ancient Egypt all wrong. He believed that ancient Egyptian civilization was much older than archaeologists commonly believe. That is one of the most important questions of our time. It's also one of the most neglected questions of our time. The Boston University geologist Robert Schoch has water tested the oldest portions of the Great Sphinx.
Yeah.
And found that there is water erosion that he dates back to about 10,500 BC, which coincides with the Cayce readings. Now, if this thesis is correct, it upends our entire historical timeline. It raises questions of whether there was an ancient civilization such as Atlantis, which Cayce talked about, that we don't know about. So some of Cayce's ancient prophecies, I think, are still unfolding questions in our own time.
Some of our younger listeners probably don't know the name Edgar Cayce, Mitch, at all, so tell us a little bit about him for them.
Edgar Cayce was a very humble man. He was a devout Christian. He was born in a tobacco farming community in western Kentucky just about 12 years after the end of the Civil War. He was a photographer. He was a modest man. He never sought fame. He never sought controversy. He never sought celebrity. But he discovered in the early 20th century that he could go into a trance state from which he could diagnose, from which he could clairvoyantly diagnose and prescribe natural cures for the diseases and ailments of people that he had never met. Now, there were lots of folks like this bopping around America in the early 20th century, and we've forgotten most of them. But Cayce began to amass this record of accuracy, and sooner or later, people began to pay attention. He was investigated by psychologists from major universities, including Harvard. He was written about in the New York Times and other national publications, and people began to write to Cayce by the thousands, asking for medical readings, and he amassed a record of more than 14,300 readings, some of which dealt with medicine, some of which dealt with some of the other topics that we've been talking about, and he had a remarkable rate of success for being able to diagnose and prescribe cures for illnesses of people who he had never met, who lived in other parts of the world. And for that reason, because of the existence of that record, Cayce's name and fame began to grow. And there was something special about this man. He was a greatly modest man. He was a decent man. There was a warmth to him. He died in near poverty because while he would charge for his readings, he would very often forego the money if somebody was experiencing hard times, or he would defer payment, allow them to pay later. Cayce never turned away a person in need. And there was something decent in this man. There was something authentic in this man. And this is why, of all the psychics and channelers of the 20th century, his name is probably the most famous.
And when he was giving these readings, did he ever explain, Mitch, how he got the ability? I mean, what did he have helpers, or was he doing this all on his own?
Cayce said that he was able to access something called the Akashic records, and this was a very interesting reference. In ancient Vedic literature, ancient Hindu literature, you will find references to something called Akasha, or an eternal ether. And some people believe that this eternal ether formed a record of all events that had ever happened on Earth. And the great occultist, Madame H.P. Blavatsky, wrote about this in the late 19th century and exposed Westerners to this idea for the very first time. Cayce said that he was able to access this Akashic ether, these Akashic records. Now, Cayce was a Christian, and he associated this with the book of life, as is referenced in Scripture and as is referenced specifically in the book of Revelation. Cayce believed there was a congruity between all the world's religious traditions. So the Hindus might speak of Akashic records, Western Christians might speak of the book of life. Cayce said it was the same thing, and that he was able to access these records, which were a kind of eternal logbook of everything that had ever befallen humanity and would befall humanity.
You know, I've looked at some of his health readings, and there are some companies out there now that have taken exactly what he said and they've turned it into product.
Yes.
And I've been using some of those too. And it's remarkable, some of the things he has done. You know, he simply said, for example, to avoid having cancer, take 3 almonds a day.
Yes.
How weird.
What's interesting about Cayce's health material is that there are some general principles that are really simple that everyone can enact in their lives right now, and you just hit upon one of the main ones. Cayce believed you should make a daily practice of eating fresh almonds, and it's important that they be fresh, so you should keep them
unsalted and fresh.
Raw almonds. Not a bad idea to keep them in the refrigerator to keep them fresh. And these were very simple things. He believed every day you should have a few teaspoonfuls of olive oil, you should have a serving of raw almonds, you should drink lots of water, fruit, and vegetable juices. He believed it was very beneficial to eat potato skins. You should make potatoes part of your everyday diet. Simple stuff.
Yeah.
Things that people can start doing right now.
But he was able to also tell you why, and that's what's so amazing. And I guess they work, right?
You know, I have found a lot of success with the Cayce health material, and if you look carefully, you'll find that some things that Cayce said have been borne out by contemporary science, things that Cayce would have had no way of knowing. For example, he talked about it being important to eat potato skins. You know, it can sound sort of a little eccentric, but potato skins also contain a very valuable mineral called selenium, which is important in our diet. Some people have a deficiency in it. Cayce had no way of knowing this back in the early 20th century. People in rural Kentucky didn't talk about selenium, but the fact is, you know, his prescription was later borne out by research and medical science.
Which is interesting. We have a Dr. Joel Wallach, who is part of our criticalhealthnews.com team,
yes.
And he believes that selenium is critical for people.
Yes, yes.
I mean, so it's like Edgar Cayce said it without any scientific knowledge at all,
right.
And then science starts to catch up with him years later.
Exactly. Cayce was also the first person who made a prescriptive medical use of meditation, of massage, of doing things like yoga or exercises to improve the circulatory system. We didn't have any idea in the early 20th century that being sedentary could place a stress upon our circulatory system, could contribute to hypertension or heart disease. Cayce had that vision. He had that foresight before medical science started to talk about the importance of aerobic exercise, cardiovascular exercise. Cayce was prescribing this stuff in the early 20th century.
He was also a believer in reincarnation, wasn't he?
He certainly was. And this is a very interesting part of the Cayce readings. Later in his career, he began to give what were known as life readings, in which, among other things, he would try to peer into people's past lives, learn something about their conflicts, their problems, and their current aptitudes. Cayce believed that all of us enter life with baggage from past life experiences. Now, again, in the Vedic or Hindu traditions, this might be called karma. The Vedic traditions talk about eternal recurrence. Cayce believed that this matched up with the Christian belief system as well. He believed that you could find actual references to reincarnation in Scripture, and he felt that statements such as the need to be born again in order to enter the kingdom of heaven were referring to the fact that we have to work through our problems, our flaws, our misdeeds as they have been accumulated through past lifetimes and manifest in the current life. And this is one of the reasons Cayce believed that we go through life and we experience conflicts that can at times seem very difficult to resolve. We might go to a therapist and talk about conflicts we're having, and these things tend to repeat themselves or to drag on. Cayce felt that is a sure sign that there's some kind of baggage from a past life that we're carrying around with us that we need to work through in this one. That's why some of these things, in his view, can seem to be so intractable. We get into the same conflicts with people again and again. We get into the same kinds of arguments with people again and again. Cayce felt that's where you start digging and looking into the possibility that you're carrying some karmic baggage from a previous incarnation.
And with some of his readings on reincarnation, he went way, way back with some lives, didn't he?
He sure did. Cayce would go back to ancient civilizations. He would talk about primeval Egypt. He would talk about Atlantis. He believed that some people alive today had passed through many, many hundreds or even thousands of incarnations. He would talk about his own family having conflicts that went back to ancient Egypt. And his son, Hugh Lynn Cayce, who was a very sober, very practical-minded guy. One time when he was a kid coming home from college, his father gave him a past life reading, and he talked about this bizarre psychodrama in which they had all been royalty in primeval Egypt, and they had all kinds of conflicts, sexual and political and otherwise, and Hugh Lynn was shocked because the reading, while it seemed fantastic, actually mapped out some of the psychological conflicts that Hugh Lynn was having as a man right at that time. So sometimes Cayce would look back way into the ancient past and find ways of explaining a problem or a repeat source of friction that somebody was experiencing right now.
It eventually killed him, Mitch, didn't it?
Yeah.
These readings, just too much?
He died as a fairly young man, and I think he just absolutely exhausted himself. He ran himself ragged. They used to call Cayce the sleeping prophet. He would go into a trance state, which would leave him a little tired, a little run down, and for many, many years, he would give 2 readings a day. He would give lectures. He would exchange letters with people. He maintained a pretty frenetic schedule, and I think he died as a relatively young man because he just maintained a work schedule that was unremitting. There was a waiting list many months long to get readings from Cayce, and an interesting thing about him was he didn't care if you were a celebrity, he didn't care if you were a politician, he didn't care if you were wealthy. Your name would go on the waiting list along with everybody else's, and he was committed to giving as many readings as he could. It exhausted him, it wore him out physically, as you alluded, but there was no favoritism. An ordinary worker would be scheduled at the same time as the vice presidents of the United States. In fact, one of our vice presidents, Henry Wallace, who was the second vice president to Franklin Roosevelt, was scheduled to get a reading from Cayce, but Cayce died early in 1945 before he was able to give this reading to Henry Wallace, the vice president of the United States. So even if you were in the executive branch of the government, you didn't get bumped up on Cayce's list. You waited.
I bet everyone. Dick Cheney would have made a way up there. He'd find a way.
He might have used some persuasion.
Well, he was one of a kind, and yet let's talk about some of his failures.
Yes.
He talked about the map of North America and what it would look like in the future.
That's right.
When is that future?
I'm really glad you brought that up, George, because it is important to talk about the failures. Cayce would talk about a shift in the Earth's magnetic poles, which people speculate about, of course. He would talk about vast land masses breaking off and North America, as you just alluded, taking on a different shape. He would talk about earthquakes and all kinds of drastic changes. A lot of the dates that Cayce pegged these things to have come and gone. I think Cayce's Earth change prophecies, by and large, have not proven accurate. Some people would say, some of these things could be averted by prayer, by human consciousness, by other events, and that's fair enough. But it's important to point out that some of the big Earth change prophecies that Cayce predicted have not occurred to the dates that he pegged them, some of which were in the 1990s, and obviously that's come and gone.
That's true. So why could he be so accurate with health and not on futuristic things? I mean, why the difference?
That is a great question, and I have been curious about and probing of that question myself. Psychical powers are a funny thing. They cannot be counted on in a clockwork fashion. Truth can be present, but truth doesn't always present itself in exactly the same way at exactly the same time. Now, we find the same thing among the biblical prophets. The prophet Jonah complained that he was making prophecies and the prophecies weren't coming true, and he felt he was being humiliated or that he was playing the part of false prophet. In the 20th century, one of my true heroes was the scientist J.B. Rhine, who for many years...
Oh, sure. Duke University.
ESP at Duke University, one of the great scientific pioneers of studying ESP. Many of Rhine's subjects, who he tested under the most stringent conditions, would show incredible powers of precognition, and then some trauma would happen in their lives or something would happen, and their powers would diminish or their powers would go away. There was no way that this was a fraud or a mistake in the first place because Rhine's test conditions were absolutely stringent.
Mitch, a couple days ago, I was talking about Atlantis, of course, and that was one of Edgar Cayce's really big stories. He was such a believer in Atlantis, the Hall of Records. What have you been able to uncover about that?
Well, Cayce believed that the location of Atlantis, the ruins, might be found somewhere in the Caribbean, maybe in the Bahamas area, in the Bermuda Triangle area, or off the coast of Cuba. And there has been some research and some expeditions have gone there. Some of these have been funded by Cayce's organization called the Association for Research and Enlightenment. And they found some interesting possibilities, nothing definitive yet. But I think we're going to really find something extraordinary, either in this generation or in future generations, in connection with the water erosion that was detected on the oldest portions of the Great Sphinx. That was something that Cayce talked about in his readings. That was something that has been confirmed by contemporary science. There's still a lot more data to be uncovered. These things are not as easy to research as one would think. There's a lot of politics involved. It takes a lot to get permission to make the appropriate studies on the Giza Plateau and other ancient historical sites. But if this data proves correct, it upends the entire timeline of antiquity. It tells us that human civilization is a lot older than we actually think, and that begs all kinds of fascinating questions about who we are.
Well, you've done some great work, some good research. Is there anybody carrying on Edgar Cayce's torch today?
Well, there are a lot of channelers out there, and some of them have amassed great followings. Esther Hicks and her recently deceased husband, Jerry Hicks, of course, had the Abraham teachings. A friend of mine, somebody I published named Paul Selig, is a channeler who's done some wonderful work. He has a series of books out that begin with a book called I Am the Word, that's just filled with ethical, beautiful material. A Course in Miracles is a channeled work that's probably touched the lives of a number of your listeners. Channeling has really become a worldwide phenomenon, and it was Edgar Cayce, actually, who coined the term channel. Channeling has really become part of our religious life, and I think A Course in Miracles and Paul Selig's work are probably some of the most enduring pieces of channeled spirituality that people are experiencing today.
With what's going on at ARE down in Virginia Beach, Virginia, they do a great job down there.
They are terrific. That place is my favorite New Age center and spiritual center in the country, and anybody who hasn't had a chance to visit, if you can get to Virginia Beach and visit the Association for Research and Enlightenment, ARE, you will be in for an extraordinary treat. There's all kinds of natural health services you can get there. You can attend metaphysical lectures. And there's such a warmth about the place. You really feel the goodness of Edgar Cayce permeate that place. It's just one of the warmest, nicest groups of people that you'll ever meet. It's not a place that seems, far out or where you're going to feel like you're getting introduced to all kinds of strange ideas. It's a really down-home, friendly atmosphere where you can get exposed to some of the Cayce readings and medical treatments.
Did Cayce believe that we all had these psychic abilities, the same abilities that he had?
He did. He believed we all had them in potential and that these things could be cultivated. They could be cultivated through prayer, through meditation, through proper eating habits, and through a sense of goodwill. Cayce believed that unlocking our own esoteric abilities rested in large measure on our ability to be compassionate, to be empathetic towards other people, to be patient, to try to help other individuals. He believed that humility was actually the gateway to great mysteries, that if we could find within ourselves a center of humility, a center of compassion, that wasn't only a good way to live, that was also the gateway to our own powers of intuition.
Would you have liked to have met him?
George, of all the people I studied, Cayce is one of the people I most deeply would love to have met. No one came away from a meeting with this man without feeling personally touched by his warmth and without feeling that the age of prophecy perhaps was still with us. It was still possible to be in touch with individuals, flesh and blood people, who had some gift to receive something higher, to speak with a higher principle, or to have messages from some sort of a higher power traversing through them. He was a beautiful man, and he was a man filled with truth. I would like to have known him.
Edgar Cayce. There was something about a book called There Is a River. What's the tie-in?
I am just reissuing this classic biography of Cayce, There Is a River, which was written by a journalist named Thomas Segru, who felt that Cayce had saved and prolonged his life after Segru was stricken with a debilitating case of joint disease and arthritis. It was originally published in 1942. I have just republished it in cooperation with the ARE, the Edgar Cayce Foundation, and I've written a new introduction. And it's a beautiful book. It's a great record of Cayce's life, and my new introduction gives a summary of Cayce's influence and legacy. It goes into a lot of the things that we've been talking about tonight.
So, Mitch, with what you've been doing, the work you've been doing, your interest with Cayce, how did that come about?
It came about, there were many, many years ago that I visited ARE just after the events of 9/11. There was a conference at ARE on the mystical meaning of America. And I went out there to Virginia Beach with a couple of friends to visit the conference center. And as soon as I pulled into the parking lot, I was overcome with this feeling, this indelible feeling that I've spoken about before, that love built that place, that the money to build the Edgar Cayce Foundation, it was in the form of standard currency, and the place is made of brick and mortar. But the energy undergirding the place is love. Cayce believed ultimately that loving your neighbor was the goal of life. Once you set aside all the esoteric teachings and the cyclical powers and the earth change prophecies, that alone is the foundation that we stand on. And what I felt at that place was that it had been built by this sense of love that Cayce was trying to infuse in the world. And I immediately wanted to know more about this man. And I kept peeling back the onion, and I came to feel that through his psychical abilities, he had genuinely helped people, had genuinely interjected something good into the world. And it gave me a sense of hope that a person like that could still be with us in contemporary times. And his organization is flourishing. There are a lot of organizations out there that have faded with time, but his organization has recently built up its school of massage, has added different facilities. It's a flourishing place, and I'm heartened that Cayce's teachings are actually growing more popular in the 21st century.
His own books as well were just striking. I remember reading them as a youngster, 15, 16 years old. He was amazing. Yeah. He
had so much practical information. For example, he was one of the first people who talked about dreams as a source of psychological information. He talked about the possibility of precognition or clairvoyance in dreams. He was one of the very first people to talk about dream therapy. There are lots of Edgar Cayce books in which through his readings he analyzed imagery and symbolism in our dreams. Cayce talked about ways to meditate, ways to exercise. He was an advocate of astrology. His method of astrology was a little different from the Western model, but essentially he believed in the efficacy of Western astrology. You could enter every kind of New Age and esoteric subject basically through the Cayce readings, which is why a lot of people consider him to be the grandfather of the New Age.
He was a positive thinker, wasn't he? And he believed in it.
He certainly did. Cayce had an expression that ran through his readings again and again. Mind is the builder. Mind is the builder. He believed that essential building blocks of who you become. And he felt it was very important in life that each individual, every one of us, have an ideal. He used that term. What is your ideal? What are you living for? And he believed that if you could arrive honestly and sincerely at an ideal and hold it in your mind, your life would change. That your thoughts are literally a outpicturing machine that will manifest into daily, day-to-day life, but you must have an ideal. He also cautioned people that it was very important, although he was a big believer in positive thinking and in the reality-shaping powers of the mind, he cautioned people that it was important not to dwell on goodies that you want to get, stuff that you want to get. He felt that was idolatry. That was his point of view. It was much more important to hold on to an ideal and let life unfold itself. Don't think of the things that you want to get. Think of the things that you want to give.
Well, he was one of a kind. He truly was. When he was younger, did he have the same kind of outlook?
It's interesting, George. He always had a kind of prophetic outlook. When he was a young boy, about 11 years old, he had begun reading the Bible, and he later vowed to himself that he would read the Bible once every year for his entire life. And one night, as he recorded it, he kneeled by his bedside and he prayed to be able to be of help to other people, especially to be of help to children. And he said that there was some female apparition, vision, that appeared in his room at that time, an angelic figure, sort of glimmering in white light, who told him, "Thy prayers have been heard. You will be able to help the sick. You will be able to help those in need." And he never knew just what form this was going to take, but he had a very deep belief that he wanted to do something to help his neighbor. And later, when he discovered his clairvoyant powers, he was terrified over the whole thing because he asked himself, as a Christian, does this come from God or does this come from some darker place? And he didn't know if what was speaking through him was really good. So he used a kind of vetting mechanism. He believed that everything that came through his readings had to square with gospel ethics. Cayce was a believer in all the religions of the world. He believed they all converged together, so he found ways of squaring reincarnation.
And they all believed in a God.
Yes. But he believed that his ideas had to square with gospel ethics, or he would walk away from the whole thing. So he was very committed to being sure that he was dispensing information to people that was of universal good.
His family, of course, many of them have passed on now, haven't they?
Oh, yeah. There are still some descendants around. His grandson, Charles Thomas Cayce, who's a psychologist, is still with us. And
Edgar Evans Cayce died a few years ago.
Few years ago. Hugh Lynn Cayce died in the early 1980s. But Charles Thomas Cayce is still with us. He's a lovely man, and physically he is actually the spitting image of Edgar Cayce.
Did they all possess his abilities?
They did not. It doesn't seem to have run in the family. They all had an interest in the metaphysical. They all had an interest in the esoteric. Hugh Lynn Cayce, Edgar's son, was responsible for bringing many of the Cayce books to market. But the psychical gift does not appear to have run in the family, although they all stand by Cayce's work very much.
Hollywood has really never embraced the story, has it?
We have been waiting for decades for an Edgar Cayce movie to come out. At one time, Kevin Spacey, the actor, held an option on one of the Edgar Cayce books. Right now, John Cusack, the actor, is talking about making a Cayce movie. That seems to be moving towards some concrete directions. There's always talk of a Cayce movie, and we can only, knock on wood and hope that this time it really happens. We know that the actor John Cusack has expressed concrete interest, so I think he'll be the one that we see up on the screen.
Well, it would be interesting to just see the movie based on the things we know.
For sure, yeah. I think it would actually generate a whole new wave of interest in Cayce. Cayce became famous again in the late 1960s because there was a bestseller, The Sleeping Prophet.
That's right.
A huge influence on the development of the New Age, and it brought tremendous attention to Cayce.
What did he think of extraterrestrial life, Mitch?
Cayce always left open the question of there being other life forms and extraterrestrial life. He believed specifically there were beings from other dimensions who could communicate with us. So some of Cayce's interpretation was that some of these close encounters that people experience, some of the sightings that people experience, might actually be things that reflect life forms and intelligences from other dimensions. He believed there were parallel dimensions that existed alongside our own. Well,
he was probably right.
Yeah, that's actually the belief that prevails among the most trenchant UFO researchers today, including Jacques Vallée, who's one of the great UFO researchers.
Was Edgar Cayce a remote viewer?
Yes, that's actually very much appropriate to say. Cayce was a remote viewer. He would receive letters from people all over the world asking him to diagnose their illnesses, and he would see people in their rooms. He would see them in their pajamas, or he would see them, wherever they were in their given walk of life. So he was apparently mentally able to peer across vast distances, just as remote viewers are said.
Did he ever report on anything dark, Mitch, that something evil or strange might be lurking on the other side?
Well, he did believe in the concrete existence of evil. He absolutely believed that evil was a real thing, and actually he was concerned for much of his life that evil never creep into his readings. He referred to the intelligence that traveled through him as the source, and he was always very, very concerned that the source never be the devil versus the higher powers. He believed that evil forces were a concrete reality, and that the individual had to be on guard against these things. The best way to be on guard against these things was to make sure that your individual actions and that any of the readings that were coming through him squared with gospel ethics. He believed that was the vetting mechanism that we all had to use.
And he always believed that good would win, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He believed that life ultimately traveled in the direction of good. And it's funny, one of today's most popular pop singers, Pharrell, has a song called I'm Happy, and he sings the lyric in there,
Great
happiness
song.
is the truth. He is a big fan of Edgar Cayce, and when he sings happiness is the truth, he's echoing the Cayce philosophy.
He just lost a huge court case. He needs more Edgar Cayce.
He may be turning to the Cayce readings more.
Our guest tonight, Manu Safzadeh. We're talking about the Great Pyramid. His recent paper that was published last Monday night is on his website. You can get to his website right now at Coast to Coast AM and click on it. And in the paper section on the right, the top paper is the one we are discussing. We are going to get really heavily into the chambers on the inside of the pyramid and how they are located with Manu's formula that he has published in this paper. Now, Manu, I want to jump ahead and let everybody know in that PDF, if they scroll down to page 326, that's right, 326, scroll down to page 326 where you have an illustration there of the layers with a cutaway showing the Grand Gallery and, of course, the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber, the descending passageway and the ascending passageway up to the Grand Gallery. Right. And so working from the bottom, the first layer up, which we're talking about row number 8, 17, 21, and, of course, 34, right. These must have been for you, and I want you to take the audience through this, but these are game-changing moments when you see these alignments of these layers, weren't they?
That was a game-changing moment. You're right. I'm listing all the peaks. The total number of peaks is 23. Some of these peaks were specifically noted by Petrie to have surface ratios that were round number fractions of 25th. So 6/25th, 5/25th. And those are also listed. And it turns out that those courses that are associated with these round fractions tend to run over ceilings. Of course, we don't have a lot of ceilings, but the few that we have, there seems to be a correlation. And 34 is the most striking one. It goes right across the Queen chamber. And based on this observation, that there seems to be a correlation between round fraction courses that have a surface area that is a round number fraction of 25th. I am proposing that the top part of the pyramid, where we don't know of any spaces, but where we nevertheless also see these type of round fractions of 25th, that there must be spaces just the same up there. And I'm saying at least 6, if not 10.
Now, we're going to get to that. Exactly. That's on page 328.
Yeah.
But staying on page 326 with this cutaway,
yes,
you need to have, if you are going to propose these extra chambers above the king's chamber where there is supposed to be nothing, right?
Right.
Then you have to have some basis for this. And clearly, we have, I'm just looking here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 absolute definitive marks on these rows, starting with the descending passageway all the way up to the top of the king's chamber.
Right. So, for example, course number 21, which has a surface area that is a round fraction of 25th, so 19/25th, that aligns with the big chevrons that guard the entry to the Great Pyramid. So that course number 21 is right under the V. So it is, in other words, it's associated with the ceiling. Then the one that we just talked about is course number 34. Also has a round fraction of 25th, 16 in this case, and it runs right over the ceiling of the Queen Chamber. Then the other courses don't have round fraction of 25th, and they're not associated with ceilings. So it works out very nicely. And then we go to the top, and there we have 8 25ths, and that goes across the ceiling of the granite tower. Now there are 2 courses, 9 25ths and 10 25ths, and those line up with 2 of the relieving chambers inside the tower. And then the final point I wanted to make is that the possible void, which I marked in here, that was found last year, is also aligning with 8 25th. So it's possible that course is marking not just the granite tower, but maybe also the possible void, if it's for real.
Which we are talking about a row 68.
That would be row 84.
No, row 84 is at the top of the King's Chamber. Am I reading this correctly?
Yeah, you are. It's at the top of the King's Chamber, and that also happens to be, within the resolution of the scan that they were publishing. That also is approximately the top of the big void.
I got it. Yes.
And of course, we don't know exactly, but it's kind of a hazy image. So I just kind of painted that into this illustration just to give a rough guide.
I want to jump back really quick. I don't want this to get away from me. There was a tweet earlier that is pretty important, and this is from Eddie.
Yeah.
And Eddie says, does Manu see any connection between a dynastic Egyptian use of the lion and the use of the lion at Gobekli Tepe? And everybody's talking about Gobekli Tepe today, right, and its relationship with Giza and the Great Pyramid and other things throughout dynastic Egypt. Is there a connection?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And I am actually, I'm currently looking into that with Robert Schock. We're trying, but I'm not ready to make a statement yet.
Okay. The use of the lion, see, this is what I find fascinating when we go back on these dates and we constantly land at 10,500 BC for a variety of reasons. One, of course, what was going on with the stars. We understand that. But then we have all of the cataclysmic events, the end of the Ice Age, the construction of Gobekli Tepe, the erosion on the Sphinx, all of these things, Leo rising, right? All of these things happen at 10,500 BC,
yes,
which makes Gobekli Tepe not an accident.
No.
With its references, of course, with lions, too, as well. Extraordinary.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a fantastic question, and I don't want to, jump the gun because I can't really speak with authority yet. So maybe the next show, maybe we'll have something more, but it's a great question.
There are certain things that are in not only on the stones at Gobekli Tepe, but also in Egypt, and tend to repeat around the world with different cultures. Are they the same? I don't know. There is an H on the belts that looks very similar to the H blocks in Pumapunku. Are they related? I don't know.
Right.
There are some astrological signs in Gobekli Tepe. Are they representing the zodiacs that were in Dendera and throughout Egypt and throughout the rest of the world after that? Are they the same? I don't know, but Gobekli Tepe being that old certainly is indicating that they were the first, and it is the oldest. Is it the same language? No, I don't think so. But the zodiac symbols and some of the other symbology, like I call it the Hermes H on the belt. Right? It's what it looks like. But that H is repeated.
There's a very exciting possibility regarding that question that Barry asked in Gobekli Tepe, and it's regarding the symbol that you mentioned, Jimmy. There's a very exciting possibility, but I can't prove it yet. But I might be able to prove it soon, and then we'll let everybody know.
We'll do it right here on Coast to Coast. We're talking about the Great Pyramid and the discovery of not only chambers inside of the Great Pyramid, but his formula in his white paper that he published last week on how to locate them. And I want to say really quick, Manu, that Twitter, I expected this, is going a bit nuts right now. And you can follow me on Twitter at JChurchRadio, and post your questions or comments about tonight's show, either for me or Manu right there. And this question just came in before we get to page 328 of this report. Manu, this is the question. This is from Mama Kim. She says, is it true that the measurements of the Great Pyramid are possibly coordinates, and that those coordinates point to somewhere in the past that they believe are coordinates to heaven?
Heaven?
Yes.
I haven't heard that proposed.
It's a great, this is what I really enjoy about the Coast audience and guests like yourself. There is so much information out there, but there's also the lack of information, and we are trying to figure out the great mystery of the pyramid.
Yeah.
And this is one of those questions where the math of the Great Pyramid has revealed so many different, not only mathematical equations, but numbers that are beyond coincidence, and they're all over the Great Pyramid.
I have one piece of information that might be interesting to the listener. There is a good friend of mine, an author, Alan Green, he's a Shakespeare expert, and he has been able to connect the title page of the sonnets, Shakespeare sonnets, to the coordinates, not to heaven, but of course Alan might say it is heaven.
Right.
To the coordinates of the Great Pyramid, and specifically the coordinates that Alan discovered fall right next to the mastaba of Hemiunu, which is next to the Great Pyramid.
Alan's work is some of the most groundbreaking, game-changing work out there. I'm going to have him on Coast very soon, probably next month. And you're absolutely right. The title page of the sonnets with Shakespeare, and his work, Alan Green's work at deciphering that page, and what is revealed is, I have never been as freaked out as I was when I saw his presentation with that and interviewed him about it. It's absolutely incredible, and we'll have him on Coast next month.
Good.
Okay, so now the top half of the pyramid.
Yes.
You had said at the beginning of the show. Let's get to this. It's page number 328. Everybody in the report PDF. The top half you had said at the beginning of the show possibly 6 to 8 additional chambers where we have been told there are none.
Right. And so, when we talked about Rudolf Gantenbrink last time, Jimmy, remember we were talking about the southern shaft of the Queen Chamber, and there is something that I forgot to mention to you. So what Gantenbrink found is when you get to Gantenbrink's door, just before the floor of the canal drops suddenly. There's a depression, and the way he is interpreted, one of the two ways he interpreted that is there must be a space that allowed that floor to cave in slightly. So that's what he proposed in 1993. And if I look at the these courses that we've just been discussing, there's a good possibility that he is right. There is probably a space that made that cave in, and that might correlate with, if I go back to 326 real quick, that could correlate with the course that's marked with 1025. And then let's go, and so, so there is evidence that there are spaces, and this particular space not been detected by the muon scan.
Now, the row. Let's get to this for a second. The audience is going to look at the numbers that you have represented here, which is starting at row 84, which is a shaft, and going upwards. Everybody, 107, and I'm looking at it here. As it continues up, these are rows, layers of the construction that have a different size and a different thickness on these rows, right?
Right. Yeah, and in this graphic, one of these canals is shown going all the way to the surface, and that's incorrect. So I just used this illustration. This is an older illustration, so that particular shaft did not go to the surface of the wall. But yes, so we have all the different courses that have round fractions of 25ths in terms of the surface area ratio, and by the rule that I am basically establishing in the lower part of the pyramid, I am proposing that every single one of these courses is associated with a ceiling. In other words, there is a space, a design space, not an accidental space, a design space that correlates with each one of these particular courses.
Now, you just got back from Egypt.
Yes.
We have to discuss the ongoing Muon project there, which did help find this cavity, this new chamber above the Grand Gallery.
Yes.
Describe what you saw in the Grand Gallery when you were there.
Right. So I saw new detectors being placed. This time in a different location than last time. So last time the detectors were placed inside the Queen Chamber, and this time it's very obvious. You walk up the Grand Gallery to the King Chamber, and there are, I think, 27 or 28 boxes. And I kind of knew they're detectors, but I asked to confirm, and it was confirmed that they're scanning.
Now, for the audience, tell them what the muon detectors actually do. What are they used for?
Right, so these are particles that are created in the stratosphere. So when cosmic radiation hits the atmosphere, a particle called a muon is created. And the muon is negatively charged like an electron, but it is a bit heavier than an electron. But it can pass through solid matter. It travels at the speed of light. Its lifetime is just over 2 seconds. But it can penetrate through solid objects. And so because of those properties, you can use it just like an X-ray. You take an X-ray of a person, you can see the bones, you can see some of the organs. And in this case, you can basically, quote-unquote, X-ray the pyramid. You put the detectors below where you think there is something, and then then you have a chance to see a space because the muons will travel more rapidly through open air than through solid stone. So if you have a space in the pathway of what you're looking for, then those muons will arrive more rapidly, and more of them will arrive, and you will be able to see that on the detector.
Would these detectors placed in the Grand Gallery, could they be used to find the the chambers that you are proposing in the upper half of the pyramid?
It is possible. I think the reason why they're doing that is because they got criticized by an Egyptologist that the data may be artifactual, and I think they're using this angle to confirm that the big void is real. But it is possible, to your point, that in that particular field of scan, that yes, that there could be some the lower ones. Maybe on the graphic, if we go back, let's say 7/25 and 6/25, it's possible that if there is if there's a space on the northern side, on the northern half of the pyramid, that it will get picked up by the scan. It's also possible they put the ejector plates in places that we don't know. For example, the chambers above the king chamber.
Yeah, and we would never find out about that. Nobody gets to go up there.
No, not until it gets published, right?
And is that still currently a crime scene?
It is. The top chamber is that's what I'm hearing. It's still a crime scene, and of course I don't know all the details, so I can't really comment on it. But I'm being told by people there that it's completely off limits. Nobody can get in there.
Born in Greenwich, Connecticut in 1932, educated at Deerfield Academy and Princeton University, he speaks Russian, French, Italian, Spanish, and English, and is presently learning Japanese. Whoa! He is the writer-producer of Secret Chamber, a 1-hour television documentary special which covered the opening of the room under the Sphinx, which was located during the Mystery of the Sphinx research in 1992 and 3. From 1992 to 3, executive producer and writer of the 1994 Emmy Award-winning NBC TV feature documentary, The Mystery of the Sphinx, hosted by Charlton Heston. Remember that? In 1988, the director-producer of a TV documentary, The Voice of Africa, Conversations with a Zulu Witch Doctor. In 1987, executive producer-director of TV U.S. home video, Dolphins. In 1983, producer and co-writer of a TV industrial film entitled America First. And he has a very rich history indeed. He dislikes the use of the word metaphysics. Says, neither do I think this vast area of interest is in any way, in quotes, supernatural. I believe we humans are gradually evolving into a greater awareness of the world in which we live. And I'm not going to read all the rest of this, but he has a very rich history, has spent much time in Egypt, Nepal, South Africa, Russia, Central and South America, and the Philippines. So widely traveled, and most recently a member of the Shore Expedition. And as I said at the beginning of all this, if you will now go to the website, my website, for any of the many reasons I gave you a little while ago, you will see the photographs that we are about to discuss. Now comes Boris Said. Boris?
I'm here.
Welcome to the program. Am I getting your last name correct?
Said is fine. Yes, Art, thanks.
Okay. Boris, I am sitting here looking at a picture and an announcement of Zahi Hawass, who, of course, is Director of Antiquities. And this regards a 1998 conference coming up on the Great Pyramids at Giza. It says here, I'm going to read it to you. Ancient Secrets Revealed. The question of who built the pyramids and how such enormous monuments were constructed have long been a source of fascination, and everything from X-ray bombardment on the structures to experiments in hoisting 2-ton limestone blocks have been tried to find explanations. Through his discoveries of a tunnel under the Sphinx, air shafts in the Cheops pyramid, and of the tombs of the pyramid builders, material still largely unpublished, Dr. Zahi Hawass is now in a position to unravel many of the mysteries surrounding these edifices. So in other words, Zahi is suggesting that he is ready to tell all, particularly with regard to X-ray bombardment discoveries. And I just thought I would read that to you as sort of a setup to what you are going to tell us.
Well, if he tells us all of that, there's nothing much for anybody to say, right?
Or maybe to taunt you a little. I don't know.
Well, my relationship with Dr. Hawass has been very smooth of late, so I don't think, certainly he's not taunting me. He's maybe taunting some of the other investigators.
Perhaps so. I, too, have been talking with Zahi. He is going to be giving me a personal tour when I get over to, when I get over there, and I'm going over in about a week. Now, anyway, what I want to do is find out. I got kind of a sketch of you. I read a little stuff here. Tell me about yourself.
Wow. Well, I don't know how much there is to tell. I sort of backed into this whole area. I used to be pretty much involved in sports. I did a lot of automobile racing, and I was on a couple of American Olympic bobsled teams, and was in the real estate business. And then through a chance meeting, really, with Dr. Jim Hertog, 12 or 13 years ago, I wound up in South Africa running a film project to interview a Zulu high priest, a high Sanusi, or witch doctor, if you like, and that's what got me into this business. I got from that. I guess I went to filming some dolphins in Florida with some sports photographers, and
right.
Was involved there with some studies of autistic children, and we wound up slowing the dolphins down with super slow motion so the kids could see them better and that sort of thing. And then I ran into John Anthony West, who, quite by accident, who I hadn't seen for 40 years. We'd sort of been friends when we were teenagers. And I wound up with him in the original Sphinx project, the mystery of the Sphinx.
All right. Boris, first of all, you know what I would like you to do, if you can? Tell the American people why they should even be interested in the pyramids. In other words, what's the big deal?
Wow. Well, that's a tall order in itself. It's on our dollar bill. It was a Masonic symbol. Certainly had great significance to our founding fathers. There's all that stuff about the pyramids. I have my own theory, and which I'd really like to share with you, which I was hoping I'd be able to share in this shore expedition film, which now seems like it's not going to happen.
Well, we'll get to that, but the overall sort of...
Okay, my feeling, Art, is this in a large sense, that there were ancient civilizations that were as advanced or more highly advanced as our own. You can call them you can call it Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria, whatever. I believe there were ancient civilizations. And I don't believe that those people, those advanced scientists, hid their secrets from the world like a dog buries a bone. I don't think that you've got to dig in the ground for buried treasure because that's what the pirates used to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I happen to believe that the pyramid, for one, is an example towering 450 feet above the plateau of advanced science. There are countless mathematical formulas expressed in the pyramids. Astronomers claim, and Robert Bauval wrote a brilliant book, The Orion Mysteries, about the alignment of the air shafts or star shafts with the planets of Orion, where the pharaohs allegedly made their home in the afterlife long before. Long ago, we found an even more amazing thing when we were there. We took Tom Danley, who's a sonics expert. He's a NASA consultant, to do some testing in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid, because anybody who's been there knows there's some very strange resonances, and if you lie in what they call a sarcophagus, which I don't believe is a sarcophagus, and you hum or you chant, there are certain notes which seem to connect you with the pyramid. It's like you just get into kind of an altered state if you lie in there and chant. So Danley went in and did some measurements. And we took sensors and we placed them in the 5 chambers above the King's Chamber. And then we put a huge set of amplifiers and woofers in the King's Chamber and began to test resonances.
Huh.
Now, Danley found that, and I think he's been on your program, Danley found that there were certain resonances or vibrations or musical tones, it all means the same thing, which were resident in the king's chamber and which were reinforced by the structure of the chamber. And these 5 notes, according to Danley, formed a chord, and musicologists like Jim Hertock and our composer Fritz Heed worked with these notes, and they found them to produce an F-sharp chord. Now, I'm not a musicologist. I'm a filmmaker. I'm a documentarian. But ancient texts, according to Jim Hertock, the Egyptian ancient texts relate that F-sharp was a harmonic of the earth. In other words, it was a vibration in harmony with the earth. And other teachers and spiritualists have suggested that F-sharp is a harmonic of the human being, of the body. All that is fine, and I felt was quite abstract.
It is, Boris. Do you know the frequency? Produce the actual frequency?
I have a set of those frequencies, and I don't have them at my fingertips. No.
I think it's very low, down around 7 or 8 hertz, something like that.
Well, I was getting to that. What happened was when Danley got back to his studio in Chicago and examined his recordings, he found that there were some vibrations resonant in the chamber which were below the range of human hearing.
Right.
And they occurred even when he wasn't making any sound.
To give the audience an idea, when we come and go from commercial breaks, we play a 25 hertz, what's called sub-audible tone, which causes the radio station's equipment to run the commercials and so forth and so on. And then we play another one when we come back. These are sub-audible tones at about 25 hertz. What we're talking here about, which the human ear really can't hear unless you amplify it greatly, we're talking about even much lower frequencies. The frequency thought to be the frequency of the very Earth itself, which was around 8 hertz. I don't know whether it still is or not.
Danley's notes were below 9 hertz. The lowest 5 notes he picked up were from half a hertz to 9 hertz.
Wow.
Now, the interesting thing about it is that when we raised those notes 3 or 4 octaves so that you could hear them, lo and behold, they produced the same F-sharp chord. Now, where did the sound come from? What Danley believes, and you got to remember that the pyramids used to have smooth sides. Danley believes that the ambient wind coming off the Sahara Desert, blowing across the ends of the air shafts, created a flute-like effect and created these vibrations. That little bit of air through those tiny 8-inch shafts, exciting 2.5 million blocks of granite. It seems absurd, but in Danley's own words, he says, it may seem unlikely, but the sounds are there. Here they are on the graph. Here they are on the computer.
All right, that's a monstrous version, Boris, isn't it, of kind of like taking a Coke bottle and going and getting the resonance?
Exactly, and that was the precise example that I plan to use in my film. We've got a guide with an Egyptian Coca-Cola bottle blowing across the end of it.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's it. The great thing about it, Art, is this. 4 months later, I was in Oregon in the Columbia River Valley with my friend Ward Stroud, who is a Yaqui Indian. He's a maker of ceremonial flutes. And lo and behold, his flutes are sacred to Mother Earth, and they're sacred instruments, and they're tuned to, you guessed it, F-sharp, as are many of the American sacred flutes. They're tuned to F-sharp because the shamans felt that this was a harmonic of Mother Earth, a sound sacred to Mother Earth.
So, in other words, the Great Pyramid itself could be something, Boris, connected to Earth itself for some reason.
Yes, exactly. And
wow.
It's connected, Art. It's connected with mathematics. Karl Monk has done some amazing theories, and there are formulas that describe the circumference of the Earth and the location of the pyramids of Teotihuacan and all sorts of wonderful things. So there are all of these sciences expressed in this structure, which we persist in calling a tomb.
You don't think it's a tomb?
No, I don't think it's a tomb for a very simple reason. They've never found a body there. There are no decorations. It is unlike any other tomb in Egypt if it's a tomb.
Therefore, if it is not a tomb, what do you believe it to be?
I believe that it was a scientific instrument. I believe that its sonic significance was that it would produce an altered state. I think they're doing some work at Harvard and also at Stanford, which we're trying to get our hands on at the moment. But if you subject the human body to a bombardment of certain key low vibrations or low frequencies for a week or two, it may tend to produce an altered state, make the body more accessible to healing, may even create out-of-body states.
Do you want to really go out on a limb and perhaps speculate about ultimately what you think this altered state might be? And I guess I'll just tell you where I'm driving. In other words, could the pyramids possibly, Boris, be some sort of Stargate?
Well, that's what I think they are. I mean, you said it, and so you said it first. I think it's very strange if you stop to think that if the pyramids were in fact built in 3500 BC, for the first 1,000 years of their existence, not a single mummy in Egypt, not a single mummy of a pharaoh was ever found in Egypt.
By the way, do you believe they were built then?
I have nothing to base it on, Art. I believe the Sphinx is older, only because of the brilliant work that I think Robert Schoch from Boston University did in identifying the marks on the outside. But the problem with the pyramids is you don't have an outside; it's been stripped away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when they were built, but I think I tend to think they're older. I mean, if you ask me for an opinion, I think they were older.
All right.
But assuming they were built in 3500 BC, there was the first pharaoh's body that was ever found, I believe, was in 2550 BC. So where were they all before that? What happened to them? And why did they have mummies in the first place? I mean, what was the purpose of preserving the body? And what was the purpose of creating this solar boat for the pharaoh's trip to the afterlife? Unless the Egyptians believed that somehow the pharaoh would go into that structure, and the priests would somehow send him into another state. That's what I believe it is.
Well, they were put in there after death, not just prior to, weren't they?
Well, it all depends on who you believe. I mean, yeah, that's what history tells us. But were they?
Boy, that's a very good question. One might imagine that that trip would be made while what we know as the soul would still be within the body, which might suggest they might try to get them in there just prior to death.
Yes, or possibly they might just put them in there when they were ready to go and create an out-of-body trance and send them on their way. There have been suggestions, according to Jim Hertog, there's some suggestions that the pharaohs were tested on their knowledge of the universe before they were allowed access into the afterlife. And so perhaps when the pharaoh thought he was ready, he just went and got in the box, and the priests made their sounds, and away he went.
Let me ask you a little bit about the, you said in the beginning, if you go into the Great Pyramid and you lie in the sarcophagus and you spend time, that you will begin to enter in some sort of altered state. Have you tried this yourself?
Yes, I have.
And?
Well, I've had a lot of very strange experiences there. I had one which was witnessed, which was documented, and that was that we were in there for the night, and I was there with another person, and I had some Tibetan chants that Dr. Hertog had given me, and I was playing them on quadraphonic speakers in the room.
Yes.
And I had a sensation that that I was going out through the top of the pyramid. And I can remember, and this was 1992, and we were in the middle of our Mystery of the Sphinx show, and I had the distinct impression that I was walking in the rain, and I thought, well, now this is strange, that I must be dreaming about my own show, because, of course, we'd stated that rain had damaged the pyramid, pyramid and the Sphinx. And I wound up, of all things, playing backgammon in a cafe at the foot of the Sphinx. There's a cafe where a lot of friends of mine play backgammon late at night, and I wound up playing backgammon with them. Now, some people go back and become Tutankhamun, and other people go get to dance with Nefertiti, right? I went and played a little backgammon with my buddies. And when they woke me up, I was very disappointed to come to in the pyramid. I thought to myself, well, I slept through my first night in the pyramid. What a bore. And when we went down, as we were walking down the stairs, my companion said, what did you experience? And I said, well, I went for a walk in the rain. And she said, that's ridiculous. It's July. Well, when we got outside the pyramid, that was the first shocker because it had rained all morning, all night, and on into the morning there were puddles everywhere.
Really?
Absolutely. And you can believe this or not, and I'm not sure that I believe it or not, but when I went down to the backgammon game that night, I remembered something about having an incredible run of doubles from my dream, and I thought it was a dream. When I got down there was a wooden table, which is still there today. You can see it next week when you go, in which my friends had carved the run of doubles, 2 double sixes, a double 4, and 2 double 1s. And they had carved it into the table and said they'd never play the game with me again. Now,
boy, oh boy,
that's a pretty wild story.
Yes, it is.
And I've probably discredited myself now for the rest of the evening.
No, not at all, because I think everybody believes there is something to this. And I think that there is some sort of key with low frequencies, and it would make sense to me that if that is not some simple burial place for people, that it is indeed attached to the earth for a very specific, as you said, scientific purpose. And we need to discover that.
That's right.
And that would suggest that in some ways there was a civilization in some way far advanced from where we are right now in a different sort of way. Would that be fair?
I absolutely believe it. I can't imagine that not being the case.
If there was this great civilization prior to ours, something the Christians will get very angry if we consider seriously here, and they built this instrument, this scientific instrument, literally in combination with the earth, then what may lie ahead? In other words, what may we yet discover? What secrets do you think the pyramid may yet hold, and the Sphinx?
Well, certainly they must have a lot to do with energy. Because if you look at the size of those stones, we, in the Mystery of the Sphinx, interviewed a crane operator who couldn't imagine how, even with modern cranes, you could place 200-ton stones from a sand base. They must have had something to do with energy. If you go to Baalbek in Lebanon, the stones weigh 1,500 tons, and they're piled 3 and 4 courses high. So obviously they must have known something about. It must have been easier for them to lift stones than cut them. Otherwise, why would the stones be so big?
Well, that is another topic by itself. In fact, the Japanese, I believe, tried to duplicate, didn't they, Boris?
Yes, and failed.
And failed.
Absolutely. So there must be a knowledge there having to do with energy, having to do with an awareness of where we are. Somebody told me an amazing thing today. We're one day after the autumnal equinox, if I've said that correctly. It was yesterday. It is apparently a fact, though I don't know it, that from outer space, if you look down at the Earth, on the day of the spring and the autumn equinoxes, on those 2 days, as the sun is leaving the pyramid of the sun at Teotihuacan, it is beginning to shine on the pyramid of Giza, and only on that one day. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but it's been confirmed to me by a couple of people. It seems sort of unlikely, but why not?
All right, there is some thought that within or beneath the Sphinx, the paw of the Sphinx, may lie chambers in which something called the Hall of Records may reside. Now, that would be, or I guess is said to be, a sort of a library documenting all the technology of this previous civilization. Is that correct?
That's the story, yes.
Do you believe that?
Let's put it this way, Art. I know there's a chamber there because I've seen it on 2 different scientific instruments. In 1991, Dr. Gobekli documented a 30 by 40 foot rectangular anomaly about 35 feet below the surface under the paws of the Sphinx, and he did that with seismic technology. We went back there in the spring of 1996, and Dr. Gobekli, with ground-penetrating radar, confirmed that there was, in fact, a rectangular anomaly under the pause.
This was part of the shore expedition, or not?
This was the first time was the John West expedition.
John Anthony West.
Yes, and the second time was with part of the shore expedition.
So, in other words, through ultrasound, and then now through X-ray as well, there's confirmation in both technologies that there is a chamber indeed under the Sphinx.
Right. Now, what's in it? That's another story. I'm perfectly willing to accept that there's a library down there, but I think that I still believe that the obvious clue to the existence of an advanced technology is 500 feet above the earth in plain sight. I mean, you can walk in there for $6 and have a look at it and measure and test and to your heart's content. There's nothing secret about it. We just don't understand how to figure it out yet. Like Rubik's Cube or something, you know. I mean, if you don't know how to do it, you can't do it.
All right, well, an expert on the pyramids. Once again, here is Boris Said. Boris, welcome back.
I don't know if I'm an expert on the pyramids, Art. I'm a documentarian who's had some extraordinary experiences there. I don't think anybody's an expert on the pyramids.
Well, that's a good point. And I guess we are just, you know, a lot of what we're talking about is conjecture regarding why they're there, how they got there, and what they're for.
Exactly. I think the one thing that's at the bottom of all of this is that we've got to look at it. I think that to simply dismiss something that awesome as a tomb and ignore the fact that there are pyramids in England and Japan and China and Tibet and
Mexico,
all through Central and South America, is doing somebody a disservice, doing ourselves a disservice by not investigating these things.
How can you imagine, since you mentioned that, Boris, that I can certainly imagine in Egypt, for some reason that we might not imagine, they came up with the concept of the pyramids and built them somehow. All right? But the rest of the world, the rest of the world then was not even connected. So how could pyramids appear across the rest of the face of the globe?
Well, it's a great question. If we're going to view the thing three-dimensionally, I mean, I heard you say that my good friend Michio Kaku is going to be on Wednesday night.
Yes, he is.
He's a great believer in the fact that you cannot understand the universe if you look at it as three dimensions. If you look at the drawings on the plains of Nazca and try and imagine how they could have been done by somebody on the ground. So many of the monuments on the world, all over our world, had to have been conceived from a height. Otherwise, how did they manage to make them? How do they manage to do these huge drawings that span miles, acres?
I don't have a clue.
That's right. So to assume, first of all, I think it's wrong to assume that the first pyramids were in Egypt, because we don't know where the first pyramids were. I mean, there's one in China that's now destroyed down to, I guess, to within 10 feet of the ground. It's supposed to be a mile on a side.
Whew. Which they date to when?
I don't know. I don't think they do. I don't think they can. I don't think there's enough of it. The problem is that you get experts in that field and they pontificate and they say, well, this is the date. And that's where their error is.
They're guessing.
That's right.
There really is no way. Carbon dating and all the rest of that, there's no way.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about it. I understand that there's a way now of establishing that there's some sort of cosmic radiation, and you can measure that if you get the right kind of samples. But again, that's over my head. What I'm advocating is that we look at these things, and we look at them and not hide them, and not pretend that they're not there, and above all, not keep this knowledge from people who are curious, who are interested, who'd like to have opinions on it.
Well, I certainly agree with you regarding Professor Kaku, who will be here Wednesday, that it is arrogant for us to believe that we can understand all, looking at things in simply three dimensions, when there may be many, many more, which will bring insights and instant understanding when we can get to those dimensions. And one has to wonder if what we've been discussing about the frequency and the altered states produced inside the Great Pyramid might not be the gate to get one to that understanding.
Well, every civilization before ours has believed in something of that sort. Zulus and the Aborigines and the Maoris and the Native Americans, the Hopis, all believed that there was a way of getting to the center of the earth, or in any event to get out of here, to get into another dimension.
Mm-hmm.
So why suddenly are we not believing this?
All right. I've got a couple of tough questions for you. Well, I guess we better start with, you became involved with the shore expedition how long ago?
Okay, and I became involved with the shore expedition in 1995.
95.
In the summer, in the fall of 1995.
And what was the idea? What was the expedition going to do?
Well, let me start one step back, Art. I had gone to Egypt in August, basically on a free ticket from TWA on some air miles because nothing was happening. I was trying to market a program, oddly enough, about Michio Kaku's work. And I went to call on Dr. Hawass because I thought that we had used him rather badly in Mystery of the Sphinx. He had opposed everything John West wanted to do, and I thought he sort of came off as the bad guy in the film.
John West actually, Anthony, is not allowed at Giza now, is he, or is he now allowed back?
Well, I don't know, and Art, I got to tell you that there is so much hurling of rocks and epithets and what one guy said and somebody else said. I don't know. John seems to have a knack for making people angry. I don't want any part of it. I had an expedition with John. It was, I thought, quite successful. It didn't end so well, but we certainly proved a point in spite of all the acrimony that there was between the Egyptian officials and John West. And I think that we established that there was probably a chamber under the Sphinx. I think Dr. DeBecke would rather use the word possibly, but in any event, certainly there was something worth investigating there, and I think that we established pretty clearly that a case for an older Sphinx, which is what we set out to do, and it entertained a lot of people, and John won an Emmy and so forth. To make a long story short, I walked into Zahi's office in August, and I said, look, you know, I have an apartment here in Egypt and a horse, and I'd like to know whether there's something I can do to make this up to you. And he said, let's do another film. And I will be your Egyptian host and whatever, what would we do a film about? And we had a very affable lunch. And I suggested to him something I'd always wanted to do, which was a documentary about legends surrounding the Great Sphinx. I mean, there are legends of King Solomon. There are all kinds of wonderful legends. And Zahi said, yeah, fine, let's do that. And how can I help you? And I said, well, I'd like to bring a crew over and we'll film you talking about legends of the Sphinx. So he said, yes, I'll do that. And I went back to New York and I raised $50,000 from two investors and went back to Egypt with a crew. And we filmed Dr. Hawass in talking about pyramids and tunnels and all sorts of wonderful things. Mm-hmm. And at one point, he said, well, where, Boris, do you think this thing will be shown? And I said, I think it'll be a cable show. And he said, well, why not a network? And I said, because I think if you want to have a network show, you've got to have some extraordinary piece of news, something that will get their attention.
Sure.
And he said, what about if we open a tunnel that's never been opened before? And I said, where? And he said, under the Sphinx. And I said, that would do it.
That would do it.
Right. So Dr. Hawass took us out to the rear of the Sphinx one day with our crew following along obediently. And he crawled down into a hole under the tail of the Sphinx, which we've since been in and done radar studies and found nothing, I might tell you. But there's a huge sort of an excavation inside the rump of the Sphinx, which has been all shored up like a mine shaft. And they've been prowling around in there. And Dr. Hawass allowed himself to be filmed standing in the bottom of that hole. Uh-huh. And he said, it's a great quote. He wrote it. I wish I'd written it. He said, even Indiana Jones wouldn't dream to be here now. We're now inside the body of the Sphinx, and we don't know where this tunnel leads, but we're going to open it for the first time. So with that in hand, with that statement in hand and some lovely sort of images of the Sphinx and the pyramids, I came back to New York and set about selling a documentary.
To one of the networks. This time you were going to the networks.
And I went to the network. And one of the networks did, in fact, express some interest. And they said, look, if you're really going to open this thing, sure, we're interested. So at that point, I talked to Dr. Shore, who I knew had a great interest in this, and who I'd talked to before I went the first time and told him what I was going to do. Mm-hmm. And Dr. Shore said, well, we'd like to get involved, and I think the next amount of money we needed was $100,000, and he said, well, I'll put up the $100,000, and we entered into a joint venture agreement. And the deal was that he was going to be in charge of all science, and I was going to do the filming.
And when was this agreement entered into?
In December of 1955.
December
1995.
95. Okay.
Right. So we then went back to Egypt in March with a full crew for, I think, almost 5 weeks. And we filmed some beautiful tombs on the West Bank, and we filmed in Luxor. And then we came down to the Giza Plateau, and Dr. DeBecke joined us, and there was a lot of ground-penetrating radar and sonar exploration of the plateau.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Shore had a 5-year permit from the Egyptian government, renewable each year, and that was what he was operating under, and I had a permit to film his work. And he was paying the expenses at that point. Every time we needed more money, I would say, shall I raise some money? And he would say, no, I'll put it up. And so he became de facto the financial sponsor of the project.
This is Mr. Shore?
Yes, Dr. Shore,
right.
And his foundation. In April and early May, Dr. DeBecke, with ground-penetrating radar, confirmed what he'd found in 1991 with his seismic work. He confirmed that there was, in fact, a chamber under the paws of the Sphinx, that it looked to be about 30 by 40 feet, and it looked to be about 35 feet below the surface. But, of course, we're dealing with shadows and disturbed earth. And
nevertheless, again, this is the X-ray, ground-penetrating X-ray that was confirming what the ultrasound had already done.
Exactly. He also, around the back of the Sphinx, discovered a tunnel about 2 meters wide that seemed to be about 15 feet below the surface, coming out of the tail of the Sphinx and heading in a westerly direction up under the causeway towards the Khafra or Chephren pyramid. Now, at that point, Dr. Shore requested permission to do some diamond drilling and drill a hole down under the paw, and that was refused. They said, "Oh no, you can never drill under this. You might damage the Sphinx, etc., etc." And basically, they agreed to take it under advisement. But Dr. Shore was running the permit end of things. You see, so I was just told, "Well, wait, and we'll have it for the next trip."
Mm-hmm.
So we came back in November, and in November we brought Tom Danley with us, and took Tom Danley. That's when he did his resonance experiments up in the Great Pyramid, because I felt that the whole show shouldn't just hang on
whether or not you can drill underground.
That's right. If we get underground and there's a tablet that says "Made in Atlantis," well, eureka! Nobody will believe it anyway, right? So I thought we needed some other corroboration besides just the records. And so Danley did his work, and we filmed all of that, and we got some wonderful footage. And also we found an interesting thing. I had been told, and I got to go back a way, Art, here, in 1992, one of the plateau guards, for a princely sum of, I don't know, $20 or something, took me late one night down a well.
I know. Now we're getting into the area of the photographs that I've got on the website, correct?
Okay. Yes.
All right. What I'm going to want to do is, again, tell everybody the photographs we're about to discuss are on my website if you wish to go see them at www.artbell.com. And so with that in mind, we'll take the photographs one by one. So you paid somebody $20
to take me down the well, to take me down a well, take me down an iron ladder, a rusty iron ladder.
Where was this well?
Under the causeway leading from the Sphinx to the Chephren pyramid. And it was about halfway up the causeway.
Okay.
And the story that I was told by an old Nubian guide was that the well had been dug in 1946 after the war in a search for water, and that there were two little Nubian kids down in the well chipping away with hammer and chisel, which is how they dug in those days, when the bottom of the well collapsed, and they fell about 30 feet. And when the dust had settled and they lit their torches, they found that they were sitting, to their horror, on a sarcophagus.
On a sarcophagus?
Right. And there was a tunnel, they said, leading down towards the Sphinx. And that part of the story may have been exaggerated. And in that tunnel were other sarcophagi. And they were terrified, and they ran up out of the well, and they said, we're not going back down there, and there's no water anyway, and the thing was abandoned. I have no idea if it's a true story or not.
It might have been myth.
Might have been myth. But 20 years later, they built the Aswan Dam, and it raised the water level, the water table, on the Giza Plateau by some 25 feet.
Right.
Or maybe even 46 feet, depending on who you believe. And to make a long story short, lo and behold, there was water in the well. And the Egyptians put a motor down there and a pump and actually pumped water out of that well for 20 years.
20 years?
Well, for quite a while.
Using it as a water source?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
From 1965 or 6 on.
Not trying to pump it out, just using it as a water source.
Using it as a water source.
Okay.
Now, again, that's hearsay, but that's what I was told. So in 1992, when we went down that well, at the bottom of the iron steps, which were pretty rickety, let me tell you, there was this cavern-like that was, I would say, filled to within about 6 feet of the ceiling.
All right,
with brackish water.
Leo, let me back up. I've got the first photograph, which shows the pyramid in the background, at least a portion of it, somebody's red car, and 1, 2, 3, 4 gentlemen there.
That's our film crew.
That's your film crew.
That's right.
And it shows this immense. Is that the well?
No.
I mean, it's an immense cavern of
no,
some
what
kind.
What we did at the time, in order to basically conceal the location, because everything was all secret, we were sworn to all this secrecy.
Sure.
We filmed these guys rappelling down that shaft, which actually led nowhere.
Boris, let's proceed with these photographs. The next shot shows this, I guess, your cameraman rappelling down the side of this incredible cavern that goes nowhere.
Right.
And I was thinking, here I am going to Egypt next week. I'm not going to do that.
Maybe I should stop you for a minute there, Art, because those are the two pictures that we basically took and we've talked about, because we didn't want people to know where this place really was that we'd found, because we hadn't found it scientifically. It had been a legend. It had been something we sort of stumbled on.
All right.
The rest of the pictures are absolutely accurate and depict what's going on, but I thought maybe at this juncture I should tell you why I'm suddenly talking about all this after 2 years of silence, and why the need for secrecy in the first place.
Well, let's proceed. We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Let's proceed with your story. I mean, here you were going down this rickety metal ladder into a well.
Yeah, and when we got to the bottom, now this is 1992, in the dark, I had brought a rubber flashlight and a mask with me, and I brushed away some of the muck and slime that was on top of the water, and lo and behold, it was as clear as Perrier under there. And much, I think, to my guide's horror, I went in the water.
You jumped in the water?
I went in very gingerly because of all of the sediment that it aroused. And I dove down, took a couple of deep breaths, and sure enough, to the right or to the east of where we were standing, I had a compass with me,
yes.
Was what looked to be a pile of stones. Now, you remember the legend, right? They piled some stones up over the tunnel to protect the dead and covered over the top of the sarcophagus and got out.
In other words, these two little kids, scared to death, they had disturbed a sacred area, piled the rocks. Okay, yes.
There were clearly some signs of disturbed stones down there in the bottom of that well. And I just filed that knowledge away, and we went on, and we did our film, and we left, and so forth and so on. And now the scene shifts, and we're back in 1996. And I said, when it turned out that we were not going to be allowed to drill a hole down into the room,
right?
And when it turned out we weren't going to be able to dig down into the tunnel at the back of the Sphinx, I said to Tom DeBecke, our radar guy, listen, I know, what happens if we can get this radar of yours down 100 feet below the surface? Will it operate? He said, of course. And I said, well, let me go show you this well. So we went in the well, and I'm sorry, I guess DeBecke was not with us in November when I did this. What I did was I took Danley down there in November.
Okay.
And we went down into the bottom of that well, and lo and behold, the water had receded about 15 feet.
Ah.
And there were two sarcophagi in an intermediate level of the shaft. When you descend that shaft, there is one level about 80 feet down, and then you go down another 40 or 50 feet to the bottom. And at the 80-foot level, there were two disturbed stone sarcophagi, outer casings, with the sarcophagus missing.
Huh.
And there was also an old iron pump, and there was, that obviously stuff had gone on there. But I had not seen that on my first trip in 1992, so clearly something had been taken down, a wall or something. They had done some exploration, because when I went down in 92, it was just a well shaft without this sort of second tier.
So they'd been in there since.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Now, when we got to the bottom, there was quite a lot of ground. There was a lot of water left, but there was an awful lot of space that hadn't been there before. And there were a couple of bones, obviously human bones, a femur. There were some little bits of faience. There were
really
clearly some 90-degree angles and so forth and so on. It was obviously had been a chamber of some sort.
Yes.
So when I got back, I said to Dr. Shore, look, I think we should take the radar down there and see what's down there. And this now, we're at the end of 1996, at the end of the November expedition. And this is where the whole thing started to come apart. Now, again...
All right. But if I might, let's finish up with the photographs. There is now a third photograph of several gentlemen, one with a laptop computer, but you're in this...
That's Tom Dubecki. That's our seismic expert.
All right. All right. That's Mr. Dubecki.
We are down in the well chamber with the radar.
These, I mean, it almost, well, to me, it looks like a gigantic cavern.
Yes, except that it's got some right angles. It's got, when you're down there, there's clearly some walls. There are some steps cut out of one wall. There are some right angles and some what look to be collapsed columns.
Oh, indeed.
It is not a natural cavern.
And then there is one final photograph, perhaps the most intriguing of all, and I can't exactly tell what I'm looking at here. It looks like it looks like some sort of sarcophagus.
Well, what happened was when we went down in November, when we went down in February, when we went back, and this is the expedition we got to talk about later, in clearing a level area to put our tripod. I mean, it's like the old story. It sounds corny when you say it, but we were setting our tripod up so that we could do a sweep of the room with the cine camera.
Right.
And the more we made an area flat, the flatter it got, until we realized it was, in fact, a flat piece of stone. And when we took some of the water and washed it off, it turned out that it was polished black granite. And when we cleaned it off some more, the edges were beveled, and it was clearly the lid of a sarcophagus.
Clearly, that's what it is.
Clearly, there's no question that that's what it is.
I imagine at this point you're feeling like Indiana Jones.
Yes. I mean, we were beside ourselves, and so we immediately we sort of wired Mr. Dubecki up. We had like a bosun's chair to make it a little easier to get down, and we sent Mr. Dubecki and his equipment and his son down into that chamber and turned the radar on, and lo and behold, there was no sarcophagus under the lid. And the lid is almost 2.5 feet thick, according to Mr. Dubecki. It's colossally thick. We did a minimum of digging. It was illegal to dig. We didn't want to do any digging. We didn't want to upset anybody. So we had the radar, and he said the thing is more than 0.5 meter thick.
Uh-huh.
What he did find under this sarcophagus lid was a 2.5 meter wide, quote, anomaly, unquote, with a domed ceiling.
What? A 2.5 meter
wide, like a tunnel. He said that it was impossible for it to be a natural anomaly because it was, quote, steeply dipping, unquote. I'm quoting Tom Dubecki now, steeply dipping. It descended at an angle of about 25 degrees. It started out about 2.5 meters below the sarcophagus lid and descended directly in the direction of the Sphinx, 275 yards away.
Headed right for the Sphinx.
Yes, it is 2.5 meters wide, and it has a dome ceiling.
All right. So, in other words, if I'm guessing, and I talked to you earlier about this, you said they frequently would use sarcophagus lids to hide things.
Well, now, this is according to our good friend and scientific consultant, Dr. Jim Hertok, who was with us from the Academy of Future Science. He said that in the ancient texts there were a lot of references to the fact that in those days, because there was no such thing as grave robbers, they would often conceal a sacred chamber or a secret tunnel or something by putting what looked to be a sarcophagus there, so that nobody would think of disturbing it.
In those days, it certainly would have worked.
That's right. So certainly it fit the legend, the story. I mean, if it can be, how old? I had a line in my script. How old does a story have to be before it becomes a legend? It clearly fit the story that I'd been told 6 years before about that area.
Uh-huh.
And as far as I was concerned, that was all the proof I needed. And I went to Dr. Shore and I said, look, why don't we ask Dr. Hawass to come down here and look at this? And perhaps we can persuade him to do a test with the radar where we know that there's a tunnel.
Wouldn't you be worried that Dr. Hawass would come down there and look at the digging, albeit minor, that you had done and flip out?
Well, we actually sort of covered it over. I mean, the digging we did was not more than 3 or 4 inches. I mean, we really didn't do any. We just cleaned off the lid.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that was covered over every night, and, that was not an excavation. I mean, that was something we did with our hands and with screwdrivers, and, it wasn't an excavation. But, again, you got to understand, my relationship with Dr. Hawass has been very straightforward. He has denied me almost nothing in the past 2 years, has been very forthright with me, has allowed us to film even up above the King's Chamber, which is, of course, the subject of the Hoagland Tunnel. And so I didn't want to get on the wrong side of the Egyptians.
Of course not.
But that's when as they say, it hit the fan, because that's when we found out some extraordinary stuff. At that point, when we went to the inspector and said, look, we'd like you to look at this radar test. We'd like to do a comparative test somewhere where there's a tunnel.
Sure. And
then compare that tunnel with the tunnel we've shown you. And then we'd like you to please dig under this lid, because the ground has already been disturbed. And it's 275 yards from the Sphinx, and we think we can do it with picks and shovels.
So at this point you were proposing, you proposed radar study first, followed by digging.
Yeah, I was asking Dr. Hawass to dig a hole into the tunnel.
Uh-huh.
Now, at that point, it all came apart. It turned out, to my horror, and I tell you, I never thought I was this naive, but apparently Dr. Shore's permit to explore had been revoked at the end of 1996. We are now in February of 1997.
Uh-huh. So you're operating on a revoked permit.
We're operating on my permit to film. Apparently the Egyptians had given me permission to go down and finish my film. And they had been told by the Shore Foundation that none of the equipment was going to be working, that we were just filming it.
Why had Shore's permit not been renewed or extended?
I don't know specifically, but there are 2 or 3 different stories. One is that all the permits were revoked because of all the trouble with Hancock and Baval and West.
Yes.
I know for a fact, because I saw it, that there was a day in which Dr. Shore was engaged in doing a little illicit digging behind the stela in front of the Sphinx, and I believe that one of the inspectors saw it, put a very quick stop to it. Again, I was there and saw it, and I don't want to categorize it either way, because you can't dig 35 feet through solid rock with a chisel. But he certainly was digging, and they certainly saw it. I don't know why they revoked his permit. I don't know why he didn't tell me they revoked his permit. But I can tell you that Garrett Griffin, my director, and I were down there in that well with all our photographic equipment, and we were illegal, and we were flabbergasted.
So at this point, it might be reasonable. Mr. Shore certainly knew his permit had been revoked.
Of course.
So, or expired, not renewed, whatever the case. And so it might be reasonable to presume that Dr. Shore, with you already there was going to let you proceed as far as you could proceed before they stopped you.
Exactly.
Sure, okay.
Now, what I did subsequent to that, and it's a matter of record, was I delivered a letter to Dr. Hawass in which I gave him my word that I didn't know that we had no permission and offered him that footage. I said this footage will not be released, publicized, or made use of in any way by anyone without your specific written permission to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And I offered to give him the footage because I've been in Egypt for 10 years, and I was appalled that this had happened and we didn't know about it.
Right.
Now, at that point, we're sitting in a bar that night, Garrett and I, and we're putting this whole story together. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time or not to tell you this, but I mean, this was when I began to think that we had at one point a working relationship with Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval, and we were using some of their footage in our original promo, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
And then apparently they refused to sign a secrecy pledge. And
everybody needs to know everything at this point was extremely secret. You weren't making any public statements at all.
Because we had agreed not to.
Refusing all interviews.
For scientific purposes until we knew where we were. That was my pledge to Dr. Shore.
Right.
But as far as I'm concerned, all bets were off when I found out that that we were operating on my permit.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I got in trouble because at one point, and I think it came out on your show, I asked my friend Richard Hoagland, I told him that if we did in fact get permission to open the tunnel, I'd invite him to be my guest there.
As a matter of fact, I too was tentatively, and I remember talking to you.
Yep.
And you said, "Oh yes, we'd like to have you and Richard come over."
Absolutely. I didn't want any. I'm trying to sell a television show.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't see any need for secrecy. But in retrospect, it's 20/20 hindsight, right? I began to realize what had happened. What you should know, Art, at this point probably, is that in February, before we ever left on this ill-fated trip, we had a meeting at Fox Network, and we had been negotiating with Fox to air the show. We've been negotiating in good faith with them for about 3 months. And when we showed up at the final meeting, which was the week before we were to come to Egypt, in February, Fox presented us with a contract, a 54-page contract, which had half a dozen paragraphs in it that basically took total control of everything away from me. Took control of the script, of the content, of the subject matter, of everything. It basically made the film a work for hire and gave control to Fox. The payment that we were going to get was going to compensate Shore almost completely for all the money he'd put in. And my partners and I were going to wind up with 1/3 of half of the net profits. And as you know, in Hollywood, there ain't no net, ever. So it could have been 150% of the net profits.
It wouldn't make any difference, 0-0.
Now, at that point, I have to tell you, we were not in this thing for the money. I mean, we'd never really been in it for the money because with the kind of work that's involved here, you could make 3 films. So it wasn't like we were holding out for a better deal. I didn't want to sign the contract because the film was 90% in the can. And I didn't see any reason to allow anybody to
take editorial content.
That's right. Because I was afraid that it would wind up another Geraldo's vault where they would not use the stuff in the pyramid, the sonic stuff, or any of that good stuff, and it would just become a treasure hunt. So I wouldn't sign the...
Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
And basically, sell out, I guess, my other investors. At the time, I probably should have thought a lot more about it than I did. But I just said no, and that was the end of that. And I figured, well, it's a disagreement between 2 associates.
So let's just say he allegedly made some offers to you to try to get you to go ahead with this deal.
That's right.
All right.
And I wouldn't do it because, again, there wasn't that much money in it. It wasn't that big a bonanza anyway. And we were so close to the truth that I couldn't see any reason, any justification for not keeping control of what we said.
So you said, no way.
I'm not signing
this
contract.
All right.
And we went in February on that under those circumstances. What I did not know was that Shore's permit had been canceled.
You still, at that point, didn't know?
I didn't know that. That was before we went down in the well. This occurred a week before we went over, when we made our famous descent into the well and discovered the sarcophagus.
All right.
Up next, Dr. Carmen Bolter joins us. We're going to talk about her revealing an amazing new discovery in Egypt that you will hear first right here on Coast to Coast AM. Okay, welcome back to Coast. Dr. Carmen Bolter is the director, producer, writer of The Pyramid Code. Now, that is a 5-episode documentary series. Dr. Carmen is a retired professor from the Graduate Division of Educational Research at the University of Calgary. And here she is back on Coast to Coast with an amazing new report for us. Carmen, I'm looking forward to this. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. Good to talk to you, George.
You too. Now, tell us a little bit about this discovery, how it happened, what it is.
Okay. It's in Egypt, near the Fayum Oasis, and we've got some pictures on Coast to Coast AM to show you exactly where that is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not new in that even Herodotus, way back in 450 BC, was talking about this place, and he said that it was on 2 levels, and there were 1,500 rooms in each one. And then as we went along, Strombo and Pliny and all these different people who were 500-600 years apart, so they weren't talking to each other, were reporting on this phenomenal underground place that was actually quite vast. And then all the way back in 1881, Sir Flinders Petrie did an excavation there. And so what it's looking like now is that there's 4 distinct layers. And, of course, in archaeology, older is deeper.
Yes.
And so the top layer is Roman, and the second layer was Ptolemaic, which is Antony, Cleopatra, and Alexander the Great. And then the interesting stuff starts. And so there's Flinders Petrie did a full excavation. They got the top layers off. They found all kinds of mummies. I've recently come back from the site, and they found mummies of crocodiles. But what was curious about the Roman level is that there are wooden sarcophagi, and they have the painted faces of the person who passed away. And apparently those are among the oldest realistic paintings of humans. And so that's interesting, and all of that is in the Petrie Museum, and you can see that well documented online. And but there's some curious things about the site, because Petrie said, oh, you don't want to dig there because there's a canal over the top and the canal has leaked. And so therefore it's just going to be a mess down there. And so in a way he was protecting the site by telling people not to go.
He didn't want people to go. How deep are those sites?
Well, the stuff that we found, the bottom level is, one level is 60 feet.
Wow.
Right? Yeah, and the other one's 130.
That is amazing.
Now, did you look at that little video that's attached?
Yeah, but covered with that much? I mean,
yeah.
How did it get so engulfed in being buried?
Well, until we go excavate, and we don't know if we're getting permits or not just yet, it's kind of hard to tell how that construction would have suspended one layer above the other. We don't know if it's in the bedrock or how it would be there. So the Roman layer, of course, was shallow, and the Ptolemaic was a little bit deeper. So in 2008, they did some ground-penetrating radar tests and resistivity, but that was by laying cables on the sand and putting the electrical currents down through. And those scans came up at 5 to 12 meters. And it looked like there were anomalies. So you see the image with the greenish blobs. And you can also see the canal. And you can see Petrie's, the site from his ancient text and how it corresponds to Google Earth. And what he saw, if you're looking at those pictures, you can see to the south of the pyramid, he's noted that there were granite pillars and pavement underneath. And that part of the earth is quite, or the sand, is quite disturbed because he was digging as deep as he could, and he was coming up with chips and sifting them, and he found quite a bit of stuff down there. So there is an open-air museum to the east of the pyramid, and the pyramid itself is 46 meters high.
Carmen, did you find that area to be safe?
Yes, you mean Egypt in general?
Mm-hmm. When you were there?
Well, I've been there 29 times, and I always find it to be such a relief to go there because, they don't know what we're saying about Muslim people here, and that we're, the demonization of all things Middle Eastern.
But they treat you well?
Absolutely. And you get there, and it's just such a relief because you don't have all that propaganda. It lifts. And so we stayed like a block away from Tahrir Square, and it's got a wonderful energy now. Like, I'm quite impressed how they've cleaned it all up, and they put a nice monument, and you can just feel the empowerment of the people. It just really emanates.
That's
there.
amazing. It's amazing how it gets distorted here.
Yes. I find it quite disturbing because it's a real relief, because even though I'm not watching mainstream media, you still get that kind of overlay. And I noticed that right away, so it's a real relief to be there. The people are extroverted and very, very happy.
Is it safer there than Baltimore, for example?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say so, yeah.
It's amazing. Now, the Nile River, how close was it to those sites? It's quite a ways away, isn't it?
Well, you can see on the second picture that I found it on Google Earth because the team that had been there before had driven there, so they didn't have the GPS coordinates. And so I kind of did a needle in a haystack, and that's why those two pictures are there, one out of the book of Flinders Petrie and one right off Google Earth. But Google Earth actually has a ruler that has it measures distances. And so it is 30 kilometers from the Nile. So when you think about the points made in the Pyramid Code, that the Sphinx itself is 8 miles from the Nile. So the Nile most certainly would have gone in front of the Sphinx in the ancient times.
Right.
Well, how long does it take for the Nile to have migrated 8 miles? Well, this is 30 kilometers. That's really far.
That's
so
a
to
long
me,
way.
that speaks of extreme antiquity.
What do you think happened to make that happen?
To make it distant? Oh, that's just natural. Yeah. But it's just we don't think in terms of these long time frames. School and everything wants us to be 5,000 years old, the Quran, all of that. And so when we think of this extreme antiquity, it's really hard for us to wrap our brains around it. But I think we need to start thinking in those terms. And so, as I said, and it's the depth. It's the distance from the Nile and the depth that is speaking to the extreme antiquity here.
Tell me
and the high-level technology as well.
Tell me the significance of this discovery.
Well, if we keep talking about what's down there and how deep it is and how big it is, the area in question, well, first of all, it's space archaeology that helped me find it.
Right.
And
which is fantastic.
Well, and it's really cutting edge. So I met Klaus Donna speaking at the Bosnian Pyramids at the Hidden Mysteries Conference a couple of years ago, and he was telling me about the kinds of things that they've been able to do with this space technology. And so it seems to be unique. So they're using live satellite scans, same as Google Earth, but what they've done is they've applied a program, software, that's quantum physics, and it's, of course, it's satellite-based, but it's so high definition. But the thing is that it can differentiate between bone, precious metals, precious jewels, oil, gas, water, pottery, and space anomalies, just like empty space. And so each scan has a different signature for the different element. But this, and it's measuring longitudinal waves and using technically Maxwell's equation. But the closest thing colloquially that we have is barcodes on things at the grocery store. That it's light that's being programmed in. And so what this scan can do is it can go 6 kilometers down into the Earth, but what most other scans cannot do is look through. This can look through things. And so most of the time, if you're doing this penetration, ground-penetrating radar, you hit an item, and that's it. That's as far as you go. You can't look through things. And so this is just astonishing what we found down there and the size of it. And so the area in question is 107 acres, which is 81 football fields.
I know. That's huge.
It's huge. And so 5 of the rooms are bigger than Olympic-sized swimming pools. Like, this is like burying an airport.
Well,
and I don't think that it was at the surface and that all that sand accumulated over the top over time. I think it was meant to be underground.
From the get-go.
From the get-go.
That's incredible engineering, especially then.
Well, the whole thing is totally mind-boggling. It's really hard to wrap your brain around it.
What do you think they used these chambers for?
Well, let's talk about that, because it's going to be pure speculation, and what we've got with the scan is what I call a hypothesis. Okay, could be like this test is really reliable, and there's a lot of validity to it based on other applications that they've used it for, largely from governments, and that would say, well, we need to find diamonds. So they found diamond mines in Brunei, and they found gold in Bolivia, and they've even found 2 underground rivers in California recently. I think they said it was 170 meters deep. And they can tell the water flow and the exact depth. And so time after time after time, they're coming up that the scan is being verified by people going into the field. X marks the spot, and they're finding what the scan is saying. And so this is considered now, they're calling it spooky accurate. So if we really are going to see this hypothesis as reliable and valid, then we really have to consider why these rooms would have been as big as they are, and why there's so many of them. So there's a total of 82 chambers. That's
82, that is a lot.
That's a lot if 5 of them are bigger than Olympic-sized swimming pools, but one is almost as big.
How would you get to each chamber? Are they all interconnected?
Well, that's the thing. If you really look at the scan, the blue level, which is the upper of the 2, it looks like blocks that are as big as the farmers' fields kind of beside it. And they're not connected. And the other thing that's not connected, if you look at the 3D animation that's in that little video, you can look clear underneath the levels. You can look clear underneath the canal. And so there's no, I call it snakes and ladders, going between the 2 levels. It's not like a tomb like KV-55, Ramses' tomb, that's vast, 75 rooms that go up and down. So to me, it speaks to 2, and then I'm going to add another construction, that they seem just the way the Ptolemaic and the Roman are at different levels, and older is deeper. It strikes me, by really spending a lot of time looking at this stuff, that they're separate and they may be different time frames. Now, on the west side of the canal, there's another construction that has these narrow passageways and smaller chambers, and there's 1.5 kilometers of passageways, the narrow passageways. So I'm not really sure what to make.
Do you think, did people live there?
No, I think it's like Gobekli Tepe, where that there's nothing indicating that anybody lived there, and there's 22 temples, and they've only excavated 2, I think, but they don't find any kinds of pottery or
nothing.
Nothing. And so it seems that these rooms haven't been opened in a long time. So even Herodotus in 450 BC said he got into the blue level. I call it blue and red because that's the color of the scan. But he never got into the red level, and so he's just hearing stories from other people who did. Now, because they can see whether there's gold or not, there are 6 rooms on both levels with gold. So I don't know if it's on the walls or if it's actual artifacts. And so, this is, it sounds like they haven't been opened in a long time.
Now, if Zahi Hawass were still around, would he even let you in there, Carmen?
Well, curiously, he hasn't been there, and he thinks, of course, there's nothing there. But did you see that videotape of the so-called debate between him and
No.
Graham Hancock?
I didn't see that. Oh, but well, I heard about it. That's the one where he walked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that actually, the reason that they were there on April 24th at Mena House was because Zahi was on the schedule to go to this site with Graham Hancock. And then they were going to come back to Mena House, and they booked this conference room to have a debate. And my understanding was that it was about this site. And so when Graham put his first slide up and it had the Belt of Orion, Zahi really took issue because that's Robert Bauval's theory, and he just wouldn't hear anything of it because of other issues with the 3 people that are in jail because of the scraping of the graffiti in the relieving chambers of the Great Pyramid. So all of this is very contentious. But if he doesn't believe in something, he just refuses to even discuss it. So, there's lots and lots of chambers underneath the Giza Plateau, and I spent 5 years in and out of those. And he says, no, nothing down there. In fact, he cemented over a big section of that. So you'd be using jackhammers to get in there now. So Zahi basically dismisses the whole thing.
I would guess, Carmen, Egypt must be just loaded with areas like this that haven't been discovered.
Oh, yeah. They're saying maybe 10% of Egypt has been discovered. And since 1977, the first time I went there, there's very little new major discoveries. And this, because there's artifacts, or it appears that there could be artifacts in there, and because it is absolutely so vast, this is a major discovery, but will they allow it or not? Now, we are in the process of doing Supreme Council of Antiquities permits, and there's 12 pages of guidelines for the application. And the first line is no new permits to excavate will be given in Upper Egypt, and then in brackets it says Giza to Abu Simbel, which is pretty much the whole of Egypt where there's sites. And apparently Hawara is exempt. And so, these applications have to be ironclad with, archaeologists from reputable universities, and it becomes a foreign mission if they're not Egyptian. And, and people have done various kinds of permits over the years where perhaps you're doing a survey, but you're not doing an excavation. But when Zahi found out about the team in 2008, I guess they announced when they saw their scan, that's that lime green blobby one in the pictures, they saw anomalies that seemed to be running in even patterns, and so they phoned the press in their home country that picked it up, and then it was picked up in Austria. So it was picked up in Belgium, it was picked up in Austria, and then it ended up on a desk of a journalist from Reuters, I never say that word right, and he called Egypt to verify the claim, and he got on the phone with Zahi, and Zahi said, take it down, that's it, and he sent somebody to the site, and they kicked them all out. The archaeologist, the Egyptian who was there, was put in jail. The investigators were put on airplanes and told that if they came back, it would be the death penalty.
And that was almost it for Zahi, too. Karen, you've been to Egypt 29 times. I've got to believe you've come up with some of your own thoughts and theories on how you think the pyramids of Giza were built, or all of the pyramids out there. What have you concluded?
Well, I actually have been liking the idea of a third-party hypothesis that that a lot of groups like East Indians, Mayans, the Egyptians, they all talk about their ancestors. There's pyramid sites that are turning up all over the world, and it seems to me that there was a unified field and a concerted effort to put straight-sided pyramids that were like energy machines all over the planet. And I think that they were put there before the Great Flood, and so layers of silt would have been deposited over the top, which would have then grown trees on top. And so that's what we have in the situation of the Bosnian pyramids, but also in Serbia and in China and all over. There's pyramids that don't look as straight-sided as they actually are because the trees are all different heights. And so it seems that there was technology and an understanding of what those pyramids would have been for. And we're finding, like, there's new pyramids being found all the time. And I'm quite fascinated with that. So I think it really had to do with the stabilization of the planet. And so, and there, there's many more pyramids in Egypt than most people realize.
That's right. Are they still operating, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And I think Dr. Sam at the Bosnian Pyramids really nailed it when he said there's 7 different characteristics of operational pyramids. And there are some that weren't built in alignment. There are some that are flat-topped, and those aren't the same story. But I think they're all connected. And it could be that, I've even gone as far as to think that the third party could have been the Atlanteans, and maybe whoever, were their ancestors that gave them knowledge.
Might they have been extraterrestrials?
Well, and that's what's coming into question here at this site, because how did it all start, and what did they bring with them? And one of my first past life memories, all the way back in 1973, was this evacuation committee for Atlantis. Now, what I'm understanding from reading ancient texts is that there were 3 disasters, worldwide disasters. So it sounds to me like Atlantis lasted for more than one processional cycle, like the 26,000 plus 26,000. And so there would have been enough time for Atlantis to be in a golden age and then down into the Iron Age and then back up into the Golden Age. And so during that time, there were natural catastrophes. It could have been an asteroid hitting the planet. Mm-hmm. So my understanding is that, I don't know about the first one, but that 17,500 BC was one of those disasters, and then 13,660 years ago is what the ceiling of the Temple of Dendera is looking at, and instead of the round zodiac, it's actually called the Calendar of Catastrophes, and it pinpoints the exact moment when an asteroid would have hit. However, because this already happened twice, and because of the sophistication and refinement of the technology, I think they were able to predict what was going to happen several years in advance.
Yeah.
So if, you and me and 10 other people were on the committee, and it was like, well, what are we going to do with the stuff? How are we going to protect the people? Where are you going to put it? Right?
Yeah.
So if, when I look at it, a lot of, you can think, oh, that's like a temple. But temples, you start at the front entrance with the winged disc above and surrender the lower self to the higher self and walk through into the first hypostyle hall. Then there's another entrance, into the next, into the next, into the next, all the way back. And they're replicating the cavities of the human body in the temples. But if you look really carefully at this scan, this HD scan, it's like blocks that don't connect with each other. And, to me, that speaks to the idea of a storage area.
How do you think they were built? Because even this new discovery that you were there filming your work with, we didn't have the kind of sophisticated tools then. Somebody had to have brought something to the table, don't you think?
Well, yes, and I think that we've misinterpreted all of that. Like even with the situation at the Bosnian Pyramids, this is just a little aside, but they found this bone, and it had holes drilled into it, and they tried to play it as an instrument, and nobody could make it happen. And then somebody from the Bosnian Philharmonic Orchestra picked it up with his left hand. It was a young bear bone. And when he put it in his left hand, he was able to get 4 octaves out of it. And this is supposedly Neanderthal, and so we're thinking that they're like, the caveman with the big club, and he drags his woman around by
their hair, yeah.
And that's just like one of those kind of metaphors that we've come to accept, and yet if it's a left-handed culture, it most assuredly would have been matriarchal. But then it brings into all these things about artistic, and and if they have musical knowledge, and then they're doing all these. It's much more sophisticated than we would have thought. So the other thing about that is that for us in Canada, in the winter, if the grid went down, we wouldn't stay living in our houses. We'd have to go find shelter in a cave or something and build a fire. And, we're sitting at the computer right now, but, the next day, if the grid goes down, then our stuff is gone.
That's gone too. That's right.
So it's gone, but we're starting over, and that's where they would no doubt have said, okay, this is where the stars are, this is where Sirius and Orion are, and we need to realign to that. So I think that we've created a narrative where we're not really accepting the level of sophistication that would have possibly occurred on the planet, but the tragedy that also would have happened through these various catastrophes. And so, it seems that there were different stone softening materials that came from two different plants. They've discovered that in Peru, kind of like ayahuasca, but in a completely different way, that it won't work unless you've got the two components and you put it together and then it does what it's supposed to do. And I think that I've been told that there's some stone softening material that would allow, like the way Machu Picchu is built, that things could be molded. And then Joseph Davidovich is talking about geopolymers, and so poured stone, and the evidence of that is building as well, because when you see in the temples in Egypt, the front face can fall off, and the structure of the pillar is underneath, and the fancy parts on the so and then I've also noticed, after spending so much time in Egypt and looking at pictures over and over again, that some of the molds of frescoes appear in more than one temple. So they could have had a mold and poured it. So these are sorts of things that we're thinking of them with a chisel, a copper chisel, against this big stone, and it's not how it is. Now, in the legends about the Labyrinth, which is this site in question that we're talking about tonight, they say that it's a single piece of stone that goes over 1,500 rooms. Like, excuse me? How is that possible?
How is that possible?
We don't know, and so that's what makes it a big mystery. And so in terms of understanding what we have there, I'm thinking about this one doctor that I studied with for a year at the University of Calgary when I was going to do my PhD in archaeology, and he was in charge of the Queen of Sheba dig and all these different Arabian Peninsula patterns. So he studied over 3,000 years the patterns of disbursement of pottery technology over the entire region. And then he did a thing on 4,000 years of frankincense and myrrh trade routes, but over 4,000 years, right? So if somebody like him were to look at this situation that we've got, if there was to be an excavation, he could say, this doesn't fit with any pattern we've seen anywhere in the region over the last several millennia. Well, that would be useful to find out that it's completely different, right? But with his dig at the Queen of Sheba dig, I was actually a candidate on that expedition going to Yemen in the year 2000, 2001, somewhere in there. And then they blew up that ship right off the coast of Yemen, and then everything was canceled and we didn't go. But I saw the field work and the pictures and that sort of thing that they had done in years before. And so they used sand vacuums, very much like they did in Dubai when they were putting one of them on the barge, and then they dig deep under the water, and then they pull up all the sand, and then they made those islands.
Brilliant.
So basically, there'd be these huge vacuums. And so they would vacuum out the temple, and they'd go in with their little paintbrushes, and they would take pictures of one side, and that would be their field school for the 8 weeks. And then they'd go back to the University of Calgary, and then the whole temple would fill up with sand again, and they'd come back the next year, and then they'd vacuum it out again, and they'd go on the other side, and they'd put their little paintbrush and take their pictures. And that's how they did archaeology in Yemen, is like literally vacuuming the sand. And so, at this site, to put bulldozers on top would be disastrous and imprudent, and then to have like 100 guys with their little leather buckets, as you've seen in various documentaries in Egypt, would probably take 25 years to excavate this place, and also put it in danger if you weren't going to do it that way.
Carmen, Edgar Cayce talked about a hall of records at the base of the Sphinx. Have you investigated that, or your thoughts on that?
Well, I certainly have. I actually had a place built there. We called it the Hall of Records Retreat Center. And it was like a 2-story flat with a rooftop, and it slept 12 people. And I went there. I lived there, in between groups, that sort of thing. So the Hall of Records has been really interesting to me. But you see, there's always things that they speak in metaphors as well. And so he says under the paw of the Sphinx. Well, it could be beneath and in front of. But this site seems to be related, even though it's far away from Giza. It seems to be related, and so. There's all kinds of things that where they say somebody went into the Great Pyramid in 17 whatever, and they went halfway up the exterior of the north face, and they abracadabra sort of thing, and then the stone opened, and they went down, 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 and they found all these huge chambers with pieces of technology and things that looked like discs. And
when you say discs, what are we talking about?
We're talking about things that look like they're cogs in a machine, like a computer sort of deal.
Okay. High technology.
Portholes, at the top, and they had the feeling they were being watched, but they went down, 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 and they knew they were way below the surface of the earth, and they had to enter. But the long and short of it is that they were saying that it's the Great Pyramid. Well, that's all they had to do to camouflage so that people didn't go look where it really was. And so perhaps all of these chambers below have more to do with the Hall of Records, and there's definitely a network of chambers underneath the Giza Plateau, which has already been mapped, but no one has ever done an excavation there either.
No.
And as I said, they cemented over the top of a lot of it, but there's pictures from 1910 of the tops of the pillars of a temple of Isis that was down there to the left side of the Sphinx. So I think it took me forever to figure this out. But, you read all these things and you take it at face value without realizing that a slight turn of phrase can deviate people to go look in the wrong place.
Is the place so vast, this entire region, that it could take hundreds of years to excavate?
Well, that's a good question, but I'm hoping not, because, I think it really has to be done efficiently.
You want to see it. You want to see what's happening.
Regime changes. Well, and some people say, well, just send boreholes down. And there is a device that goes with this technology that's meant to be walking around in the field, and there's an antenna on it, and it's more precise to say, okay, the chamber with the gold is right under here. And so let's go and dig the borehole down. And now there's LED lights and cameras that can do a full 3D mapping if there was anything inside there, and take a look before you actually go and try to find an entrance. But, most temples, pyramids, whatever, have an entrance, but they still haven't found the entrance to the Bosnian pyramids. They found the entrance to the tunnel system through this scan. I don't know if you're aware of that. This technology is what allowed them to start the excavation in Bosnia.
Just amazing. The ancient past has probably got so much incredible history to it, and you've only scratched the surface.
That's it. And because it's so deep, well, think about it. 1910 is when, Darwin, Freud, Champollion, and archaeology started. They were probably all smoking cigars in the same salon. And so that's not that long ago. And so if older is deeper, it took them a long time to just start on the surface and go a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper. But, the thing about the scans that were done in 2008 is they're really low resolution, and they don't show anything specific. And so now that we've got this new technology, and it's not that readily available, there's many, many different forms of space archaeology, some of which are more accurate than others. But this is what's allowing us to see. And they've done some things with airplanes in Bolivia and Peru, where they actually they have a device that they can look from high up. And so they found all kinds of things down there, but there's just no time and money to excavate in the old slow way. And so, that's why you need, really up-to-date people to be responsible for this sort of thing.
If you could do anything in Egypt right now, Carmen, in terms of excavation or research, one thing, what would that be? Carte blanche. That's
this. Go in there with, 10 of these sand removal devices, and they give you 8 weeks if you get to do a dig. Now, you've got to remember that I've been looking for this place for 25 years. I've had past life memories about it, and then I had done this expedition into the open desert in February 2012, and we had to go in there with a hot air balloon. We had to have desert camping equipment, traveling light for sure. Camera crew from New York, a Russian scientist with fancy equipment, Dr. Konstantin Korokov, and I had seen pictures of this place, and actually Richard Hoagland is the one that sent it to me. And it's this trapezoid shape that you can see from Google Earth with a big circle, and it looked like it had about 30-foot walls. and a big circle in the middle and an X, and then something that looked like a pyramid. And then there was a secondary site that looked like the Tree of Life with these intercepting circles that had things that looked like aircraft. That's not unlike what you see at Abydos, the helicopter and the plane. So I got all excited about this because I also had friends that were channeling about this really old place that was really deep, and that we had to get permits to go into this military zone, and it was dangerous. It was a big adventure. Unexploded landmines and all kinds of things.
Yeah, just what you need.
And a big hole like 2 feet across in the balloon, and and they brought 4-wheel drives for the crew, but not for the balloon itself. So we kept getting stuck. So we had to fly in. Anyway, we get to the place, and it's all breaking apart, and it's probably about 30 years old. And it turned out that it was a target for the Air Force, and they literally had built a cement pyramid, and they were dropping bombs on it. And so here we are with all our sensitive equipment. And the earth was just absolutely rattled still. And so chalk it up to experience. This place was not it. There was no way to tell without going to see. And so then, okay, that's 3 years ago. And I'm like, oh, well, that's not it. So after spending 5 years on the plateau looking in and out of holes and then going to this place that ended up being a wild goose chase, I had seen information about the labyrinth before, but I didn't know how it fit into context. And then all of a sudden I'm like, well, maybe this is it. Right? And so that's when I did the needle in a haystack again to find the GPS coordinates. The way I did it with the one in the desert was there was a little notification of a corporate name on the scan and a date. So I Googled the corporation and I phoned them up and I said, can you tell me where the satellite was above on this day? And so they said Egypt. And I said, can you be a little more specific, because Egypt's a pretty big place. And they came up with a scan. There was this teeny little pinprick on it, and I went and found it. So this was, a repeat performance of that. It took me 2 days, needle in a haystack.
That's not bad. 2 days.
Petrie, and trying to find the spot. And, of course, everything was disoriented in north, south, east, west. And then when I found it, I actually had the coordinates. And lo and behold, Klaus calls me very shortly after.
Well, let's let our minds wander for the next couple hours. Kirk Nelson with us. He's been a student of prophecy for more than 30 years. His specialty is the effect of planetary influences on world affairs. He's the author of 3 books on prophecy, astrology, and even the life of Jesus. He has lectured in more than 50 cities in the United States and Canada, has appeared all over the media. We're talking about 2026. And Kirk, welcome to Coast, my friend. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, George.
I'm fascinated by this planetary effect on world affairs. They're just talking about another little planetoid that they have found way out there in the solar system, smaller than Pluto. These things just keep popping up, don't they?
They do indeed. Planets and planetoids keep being discovered.
Let's talk, Kirk, a little bit about you first before we get into this incredible work you've been doing. How did you get involved in this?
Well, when I was in college, I went to the University of Georgia bookstore to find the best book I could find on psychic phenomena. And I remember very clearly looking at all the books there, and the book that I chose was Jess Stern's book, The Sleeping Prophet, on Edgar Cayce. So I read about Edgar Cayce and just became fascinated with him and read everything I could find on Edgar Cayce.
I was like you. As a youngster, I got these Cayce stories and books, and I just couldn't put them down. I mean, every story was better than the next, wasn't it?
Yes, it's true. It's an amazing story.
And you're out that way, aren't you, where the Cayce Foundation is?
Yeah, I live in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
You're right there. I mean, do you have a working relationship with them?
I do. I've lectured there for years. My books have been published by them, although I'm doing them myself now. So, yeah, I've been around ARE for a long time.
Good people, aren't they?
Very much so.
The Cayce Foundation has been, I think, so helpful to so many people, both in health remedies and other episodes. He was just one of a kind, wasn't he?
He really was. He had the ability to go into trance, and just being given the name and the address of the individual, he could give them a psychic medical diagnosis that was accurate, and in some cases better than what the doctors would give.
Yeah, that's true. I've got, back in Los Angeles, I've got a book that was written about the Cayce trance readings as they directly related to health. And you read them, and this is like in the 40s, right? And you read them and look at modern medicine today. The guy was right on, if not better.
Yeah, it's actually farther back than that, from the early 1900s up to the 40s. In fact, Cayce's abilities were so amazing that he was on the cover of the New York Times in 1910.
Jeez.
But to me, the thing that I've always thought was most remarkable about the medical readings was that Cayce said that if you ate 3 almonds a day,
that's right,
that was the best preventative for cancer.
I will always remember that, and I do that. I take a lot of things, turmeric and things like that, but I take 3 unsalted almonds a day.
Yeah, and
I'm still here.
Of all the things in the Cayce readings, I would say that was probably the most valuable piece of information.
I think so too. What other prophecies that Edgar Cayce had that you have found to be fascinating?
Well, one of the things that I've become fascinated with recently, a lot of Cayce's prophecies mirrored the prophecies in the Bible. For instance, Cayce predicted that there would be 1,000 years of peace, that Jesus would return, and that the sun and the moon would be darkened, which are 3 of the big prophecies that you see in the Bible. Now, what's fascinated me lately is that Cayce talked about that there would be a pole shift, or that the poles would be shifting, and he said that this would begin in the period 58 to 98. And then he went on to describe a series of earth changes that involved Florida being underwater, South Georgia and South Carolina, or the South Carolinas being underwater, and that the coastlines of many nations would disappear. And it seemed to me in reading this that this very much paralleled global warming, because everything that he talked about are the predictions that we see with the sea level rises with global warming. And in fact, in some readings, he said that this would be a gradual, not a cataclysmic change during this period. And of course, the period from 58 to 1998, 40% of the North Polar ice cap melted during that period. So we truly had a shifting of the poles as far as that goes. Now, there are other Cayce readings that talk about a pole shift more in terms of an axis shift. We also know that currently we are in the middle of a magnetic pole shift. This is what scientists tell us, that what happens when you have a magnetic pole shift is that first the magnetic field around the Earth drops to 0, and then the poles reverse polarity. Not an axis shift, but the magnetic poles. And what has happened recently is that the magnetic field of the Earth has begun to decay in a much faster rate than scientists realize. So they think that this magnetic pole shift is going to occur faster than they thought it was originally. Now, they don't have a timetable because we've never experienced this before in human history. But we know for a fact that this is actually occurring from scientific evidence.
Tell me a little bit about your book, 2026, and the significance of the cover with the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids up there.
Well, one of the great things about the Cayce readings, now, in my work, what I always try to do is I try to go where the facts lead me, but no farther. I want to have proof of anything that anybody says, whether it be talking about Cayce's prophecies, Cayce's readings, UFOs, whatever you're talking about. I want to go just as far as the facts lead me. Now, one of the great things about Cayce's prophecies is that he gave prophecies about the Giza Plateau, specifically the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. And the wonderful thing about that is that you can talk about all these things that we talk about that we're all interested in, mysticism, metaphysics, like I said, UFOs, all these things. But the great thing about Egypt is it's there, it's physical, we can study it, and we can determine whether, for instance, Cayce was correct in the things that he said about the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. Now, first of all, Cayce said that the large pyramids, or the Great Pyramid specifically, was not a tomb, it was a temple of initiation, and that both Jesus and John the Baptist went through an initiation in the Great Pyramid. Now, there have never been any burials of pharaohs found in any of the large pyramids. And in spite of this, Egyptologists tell us that these are all tombs.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's no indication that they're tombs. And when the explorers found the King's Chamber in the 1800s, they blasted through a 24-foot granite plug with dynamite to get to the King's Chamber, and the so-called King's Chamber. And when they got there, the sarcophagus was empty. And so it was not a tomb. There was a great moment that we had at ARE when Zahi Hawass, the
good old Zahi, the former antiquities leader. Huh?
Yes, exactly. When he came to speak, a little old lady came to the microphone to ask him a question, and she said, "Have there ever been any indigenous burials found in any of the large pyramids?" And he said, "No." And she said, "Well, then they're not tombs, are they?"
Oh, I bet he hated that.
Oh, it was. She should have dropped the mic at that point, right?
Did he get rude with her?
No.
Okay.
He was very nice. He was very nice. But the point is, she just destroyed all of Egyptology with one question. I mean, it was extraordinary. But now, getting back to the Giza Plateau, Cayce said that there was a hall of records, an ancient repository of knowledge, placed beneath the Sphinx, and that it was placed there 12,000 years ago by the survivors of the sinking of Atlantis, and that this repository of knowledge contained a history of the human race from the beginning, he said 10 million years ago, to that time, including the story of Atlantis and everything that had occurred up until then. He said that this repository of knowledge was placed there to be discovered during our time. Now, he said that the entrance to this Hall of Records was by the right front forepaw of the Sphinx, that there were underground passages there that led from the right front forepaw to this so-called Hall of Records, which was between the Sphinx and the river. Now, in the 1970s, Stanford Research Institute did soundings under the right front forepaw.
I think wasn't Robert Schrock part of that?
No, he was not. This was before Robert Schrock.
Okay.
I'll get to him in a minute. But,
okay.
The soundings, they did soundings of the right front forepaw, and what they found was that there were that the right front forepaw was clear all the way down the front forepaw. There were no passages under the right front forepaw. But when you got to the end of the front forepaw, there's a little, not a little, but like a 6-7 foot box of stones there. And under that box of stones, they found that it was dead in 3 places, indicating that there were passages under this box of stones. And in doing my research for my first book, I found a Egyptian legend that an Egyptian pharaoh had this box of stones dismantled, and they found an entrance under the Sphinx. And so he sent two of his men into the passageway, and they came out covered with sores. So he rebuilt the box of stones and placed a statue of the god of the underworld on top of this box. And when the Sphinx was uncovered from the sand in the 1920s, they found a broken statue of the god of the underworld on top of this box. Now, in addition to that, Cayce said that there were records as to who built the Sphinx and why by the left hindquarters of the Sphinx. And by the left hindquarters of the Sphinx, there is a box identical to this box by the right front forepaw.
That alone is amazing, isn't it?
It is. It's truly amazing. So I believe that that's where the entrance to the Hall of Records is located.
Now, Cayce said that they could have been in three spots: Central America, near Bimini, and then definitely at the foot of the Sphinx. So he believes they were in three areas. We're honing in, of course, on the Sphinx. It seems to be the easier place to spot.
Oh, no question, no question. Now, I'm going to. Can I go ahead and tell you the story of the discovery that I made?
Yes, please.
Okay. Back in March, I called my literary agent, and just as a friendly call, I had nothing in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And we chatted for a little while, and then she said, "I thought you called me because you wanted to write a book." And I said, "Well, actually, I did want to write a book. I want to write a book entitled How to Be Rich, Happy, and Thin." And she laughed at me derisively. So I said, "Okay, well, what kind of book do you want me to write?"
But you were serious, weren't you?
Oh, I was dead serious. I already have the notes. I have the notes on. So she said, I said, "What kind of book do you want me to write?" And she said, "Well, something that's out there, something that's on the edge of knowledge, that's really way out there." And I said, "Oh, I can do that." And I said, I'll just write a book on prophecy. I'll rewrite my original book on prophecy because I've got some new information.
Uh-huh.
So I went ahead and wrote the book. I got down to the last page of the last chapter on the last afternoon that I was going to work on the book, and I decided to take a break. I thought, well, I'll watch some TV or something, and I found that I had a lecture on DVD of Graham Hancock's.
Okay, great.
On megalithic sites. And I thought, oh, well, I'll take a look at this. Maybe there's something in here that I can learn from, So I put it on, and he started talking about the Sphinx. And he started talking about how he got permission from the Egyptian government to get up on the back of the Sphinx and take a photograph at sunrise on the equinox. And I thought, wow, that must have taken some influence to be able to get up on the back of the Sphinx. But anyway, he showed this photograph, and he showed that the Sphinx was perfectly aligned with the sun on the equinox. Only 2 times a year is it perfectly aligned with the sun, the spring and fall equinox. So I thought, well, that's amazing. And the thing that blew me away about this is that in preparation for writing the book on prophecy, I had looked at the astrology of the next 35 years, and I had discovered that there were 2 time periods, or the 2 best times astrologically in the next 25 or 35 years were the spring equinox 2026 and August of 2026, and that the best time for the spring equinox was the sunrise of 2026. There's a huge alignment of planets on the sunrise of 2026. Now, this is all part of a bigger picture, and that is that between 2024 and 2027, we have the best astrological aspects of the next 35 years. And the reason for that is that Uranus and Neptune move very slowly through the zodiac, and they're only lined up together every 30 years or so. So the aspects for this 2024-2027 period are extremely rare and extremely powerful because you have these two large planets lined up together for about 3 or 4 years.
Could that affect us?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The effect is tremendous. Uranus is the psychic, Neptune is the mystic. So it's an aspect for, and Uranus is also the extreme, so it's an aspect for extreme opening of spiritual awareness. And what happens in 2026 is that Saturn joins that party.
Back with Kirk Nelson in his book 2026, and we're going to be talking about some of the prophecies of the Great Pyramids and what it means to all of us. So, Kirk, back to these planetary alignments that happen every once in a blue moon. What does that mean for us?
Well, it's a great opening of awareness for the people of Earth, a realization of the spiritual aspects of reality. And I was talking about 2026 in the spring equinox. What happens is you have the Sun, the Moon, Venus, Saturn, and Uranus and Neptune all conjunct, all coming over the horizon at dawn on the spring equinox of 2026. And when you have Saturn, which is the builder, with Uranus and Neptune, it is the physical manifestation of spiritual ideals. When I discovered this particular date and this particular aspect, the first thing that I did was I looked back to see when was the last time we had these kinds of aspects. And what I discovered was that the last time that we had these aspects was November of 1989. Now, do you know what happened in November of 1989?
November 1989. Was it a stock market crash?
No, the Berlin Wall fell.
Something crashed.
Yeah, the Berlin Wall fell, and in addition to that, UFOs appeared over Belgium. And thousands of people saw these UFOs. They were there for 4 months. Not a peep about it in the American press, but it was just the most unbelievable wave of UFO sightings in world history, probably. I mean, they were there for a long time. They showed up on radar. The Belgian Air Force chased them.
Never caught them.
No, never caught them. But just an incredible appearance of UFOs. So I thought, wow, that's amazing. Maybe this, maybe this will be the opening of the Hall of Records and UFOs and political changes and all these sorts of things. So then, when I discovered that what Graham Hancock was talking about, that the Sphinx lined up perfectly with the sun on the spring equinox, I thought, wow, this is an amazing story. But then I found out something even more amazing. About a week later, I once again was thinking about, I just need something to watch. So I turned on Ancient Aliens, and they were talking about the Great Pyramid. And they were talking about how the Great Pyramid had 8 sides. And I was like, what? I never knew that the Great Pyramid had 8 sides. Each side, what we call a side, is actually indented 1%. And it's not something that you can see, normally you can see looking at the Great Pyramid. And the way that they discovered this was that in the fall of 1940, a British military plane flew over the Great Pyramid at sunset on the equinox.
The shadows did it, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
And a shadow appeared on the Great Pyramid. It's the only time this shadow appears is at sunrise and sunset on the equinoxes. And it was the only way that you could tell that it actually has 8 sides. So when I saw this, I immediately leapt up and realized the significance of it. I was so excited because Cayce said that the Great Pyramid was built as prophecy in stone, and that some of these prophecies were correct as to the hour, day, place, and individuals involved. So I turned that into a question. How do you build a monument to indicate an exact hour and day 12,000 years into the future? Well, you indent the sides 1% such that a shadow only appears at sunrise and sunset on the equinox.
And it has to be positioned perfectly, doesn't it?
Exactly. So I thought, okay, they built the Great Pyramid to tell us that something is going to happen at some sunrise or sunset on the equinoxes, one of the equinoxes, in the future.
And we're getting close to that future, aren't we, Kirk?
Yes. And, of course, I had already identified the sunrise spring equinox 2026 as one of the two most extraordinary astrological aspects of the next 35 years. So I believe that something is going to happen at that day and time. Now, this is all very interesting, but once again, another week went by, and I thought, well, maybe there's some more information in that photograph that I have missed. So I went back and I looked at the photograph, and I literally took a business card and I lined it up with the shadow of the second pyramid. And the shadow of the second pyramid at sunrise and sunset on the equinox points directly to that right front forepaw box of the Sphinx, where we think the entrance to the Hall of Records is located. So I believe they're telling us that at some future equinox that the entrance to the Hall of Records would be opened by literally pointing the shadow of the second large pyramid directly to the right front forepaw box.
This, in the prophecy itself, is there anything, because so many prophetic people tell us doom and gloom. Is there anything positive here?
Well, there is, but I want to make one more point about the Sphinx, and that is that there's a stela between the two front forepaws of the Sphinx. And on that stela, there are two Sphinxes back-to-back. And the two Sphinxes back-to-back are the Egyptian god Ruti, R-U-T-I. And this was the double lion god.
Mm-hmm.
And the double lion god, Ruti, sat at the entrance to the underworld and guarded the horizon. And that's exactly what the Sphinx does. The Sphinx sits at the entrance to the Hall of Records.
And it was once a lion's head, too, I think.
Yes, but it definitely seems to have been recarved. Whether it was a human head or a lion head, I don't know, but it's definitely been recarved. But anyway, I just wanted to get that in there because I thought that was amazing, that there is this Egyptian god which basically describes what the Sphinx itself does.
Now let's talk about the prophecy based on the pyramids and what's there. What do you think is happening around 2026?
Well, there's the whole series of prophecies that Jesus gave that there would. Jesus gives a prophecy in Matthew 24. He refers to Daniel word for word. He specifically quotes Daniel. Daniel describes this invasion of the Middle East, and that there would be this invasion of the Middle East, and that then there would be what he called the Great Tribulation, which is a time of trouble such that we have never seen before. And that this time of trouble would be followed by the darkening of the sun and the moon, and then the return of Jesus and the 1,000 years of peace. So that's the brief outline of the prophetic events which we can expect I think, during that time period.
Well, and let's assume it's starting now.
Well, if you want to talk about what's going on now, over the past few years, one of the things that I've discovered is that you can actually predict the future using astrology. But the way that you do it is astrology only works in aggregate. In other words, it only works when there are large groupings of planets in either good or bad aspects. For instance, I'll give you a couple of examples. In the spring of 1941, we had the worst astrological aspects of the 20th century. We had all of these planets were square Mars, which is the god of war. And the worst day during that time period was May 10th, 1941. And on May 10th, 1941, we had the worst bombing rate of the war in London. The Germans dropped incendiary bombs. It burned probably a quarter, a third of the city.
And V2s too, probably.
No, V2s came later. They hadn't quite developed those yet. But and plus, if you look at the 20th century, that's probably the low point of the 20th century. Stalin was in charge in Russia. The Germans had conquered Europe. England was alone against Germany. America had not gotten into the war. Really the low point of civilization for the 20th century. So, and then, of course, we have the flip side of that being November of 1989, the sudden fall of the Berlin Wall, et cetera, and all that. Anyway, so what's happening now is the United States has gone through a period of extraordinarily positive astrological aspects. We have this Sun trine Neptune aspect. So the Neptune has to do with liquids such as oil, water, the oceans, that sort of thing. So we have low energy prices, we have low unemployment, we have low interest rates, we have low inflation, and we have high high asset values all at the same time. It's like the perfect storm for the economy. The last time we had this type of situation was the early 1960s, when we had the exact same astrological aspect for the United States. Now, this is not going to last. It will last for another 3 or 4 years. We will have these low energy prices. Mm-hmm. We're going to have the oil flowing for a while.
Sure.
But one of the things that I wanted to talk about is that the United States, in its chart, has a very violent aspect in its chart, and this violent aspect is activated only during certain times. And two of those times were 9/11 and December 7th, 1941.
Does it show any more violent times ahead?
It does.
Oh, boy.
And these violent times start in December of this year and continue for about 4 months until the end of March, but particularly in December of this year. And, I hate to say that it predicts a terrorist attack or whatever, but I'll just say that it seems like a likely possibility sometime during that time period.
How do we know it's not, some kind of natural tragedy?
We don't, and I'm not going to pretend to be able to predict the exact future, but you can see these aspects and how they affect us. Now, there's another aspect to this where we ourselves will take some violent action. But it's amazing how accurate this is throughout history. Now, there's a very similar aspect in June. You could say June of every year, but the aspects in June are violent, but they are victories for the United States, such as D-Day, the Midway, that sort of thing.
Well, you talked about, Kirk, a darkening of the sun and moon. Now, to me, that sounds like some kind of volcanic action.
Yes, well, there's several possibilities. It could be volcanoes, earthquakes throw up dust, which can darken the sun and the moon. If there is a magnetic field reversal, which we actually know is already occurring or in the process of occurring, we don't know what the effects of that will be. So there's a lot of different things. If there's a polar axis shift, of course, that would cause could cause something like that. So there's a lot of different possibilities, but we just don't know. Now, in looking at the astrology of the next 35 years, the most likely possibility for, if you want to say bad times, tribulation, whatever you want to call it, would be in December of 2025. In addition to that, it looks like the U.S. has these low oil prices for the next 3 or 4 years, very good for us. But after that, there's an aspect in the 2020s which is very similar in some ways to the late 60s, where it's a very warlike aspect for the United States and involves Neptune, which is oil, which is the ocean. And so we're seeing, these tensions with China in the South China Sea with the United States, possibility there. And also, of course, the Middle East, all these problems involved with the Middle East. So it looks like during that 2020s time period, the U.S. will be probably involved in, war again, as we usually are, but in a more serious way than we are right now.
Kirk, does Edgar Cayce echo at all the Book of Revelation?
Well, what Cayce says about the Book of Revelation is that the Book of Revelation is symbolic of the physical raising of energy through Kundalini. That Revelation is more symbolic, whereas some of the other prophecies in the Bible are more literal. In other words, in the Book of Revelation, they're constantly talking about sevens. There's 7 lamps, there's 7 lights, there are all these different sevens mentioned in the Book of Revelation. And Cayce said that was symbolic of the raising of Kundalini through the 7 endocrine centers of the human body. He referred to the Ecclesiastes talks about the silver cord. And Cayce said that this was the Kundalini energy that runs through the human body that can be raised through meditation and prayer.
That's the cord you see when you astral project. That's connecting you and the astral plane together.
Yes. And one of the things about this is that I believe that this there's a direct current that runs through the human body, not through the neurons, but through those sheathing cells. And this direct current moves at 99% of the speed of light. And as you approach the speed of light, time slows down. As you reach the speed of light, time stands still. This has been proven by...
And as you go past the speed of light?
Perhaps you go back in time.
Maybe.
But this has been proven that time slows down. So the human brain, and this is my own thinking, the human brain is a valve that slows the soul down enough to enter physical consciousness.